I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Barbie and Nick Does Futures. Happy Wednesday, everyone.
Yo, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. I marked myself safe from government shutdown.
Perfect.
Another one of those.
Yes. So our government shut down at midnight last night.
Yeah. Maybe Barbie can let us know what happened, because I just saw it this morning. I heard about it, but well, what's that mean? I know like local government offices, like people don't have to work and things like that.
Yeah, they get to go. They get to go watch Netflix and complain about not going to work, which is weird. But
yeah.
I mean, so the government has to approve a spending bill. I forget what it's called actually, but it has an official name. It's in all the documents. They have to have this thing agreed upon. So Congress did. We have a Republican majority in Congress. They got it taken care of. Went to the Senate. The Senate's not like that. The Senate's not as easy to get things through. So don't listen to the tweets about everyone.
Like 2/3.
Oh, it's so and so's fault. Yeah. So they don't actually have enough on one side or the other to get things done. So they have to have some agreement. I think they needed 7 Democrats to side with the Republicans. They didn't get that. Surprise, surprise. So, I mean, it didn't used to be like this, but people used to just generally agree. You could wear a red hat without being called a MAGA or any names that are associated with it. You could have blue hair without being called a, progressive liberal and all this stuff. It used to just be a lot more chill. And so we didn't have this. Right now, I think it's just because everyone wants to pick a side so bad and everybody wants to fight so bad that's what we get. So we get government shutdown. Congratulations, you guys won a prize.
Yeah, no. Well, this is my thing. Until they can agree on, ending daylight savings time, like they're pretty much all.
Yeah.
I don't care about any.
There's no point.
Yeah, they're never gonna agree on anything. Because like that is like the universal thing. I think we can all agree on that. Like let's keep like the weather. Let's keep it getting dark at like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whenever it is, not 5 p.m. Like that's kind of stupid. Especially for people up north. I mean, it probably gets dark at like 3 or 4 o'clock, like kind of crazy. So, that kind of sucks. But the markets are kind of reacting. Well, they reacted a little bit last night, but it looks like they're kind of back up to where they were at before all this happened. So I don't know if it's really going to affect it too much, honestly. Like, I mean, if you would have saw it last night, right? Now that we're kind of like retracing that whole move, it's back to being balanced what it was before. So I'm still honestly looking for all-time highs to get ran this week. This will probably be my last trading day before NFP. I don't trade usually. Like I'd probably say 10 to 15% of the time. I don't take a trade before NFP on Thursday. So. And if we look at like the hourly charts and everything, kind of looks pretty ugly, right? Like not a whole lot going on here. This is Monday's price action, and we're just still inside of that range. Like the weekly chart here, if I pull up the weekly, pretty indecisive candle at the moment. So we made a move all the way up here. I thought we were gonna just run that all-time high, but we haven't. That is good, however, because it gives us a target for the rest of the week. So maybe we get a move today. Maybe we get something. I don't have any sort of points of interest to watch here. I'm gonna drop up to 4 hour. We did sweep this low, however. This is previous day low. We swept it on ES as well. So I'll probably have this marked off going to the session. But the only problem with that is we swept that low like when we moved lower this morning during London. And I feel like if you were going to take advantage of price action after it running that low, you would have had to do it during London session. So maybe Tom caught it with all of us while he had his little action figures on his desk and stuff like that. I think a low hanging fruit for today could be these Asia highs up here. That's at 28,836 on the NQ and then 67.25 on ES before going to previous day high. This looks very, very good structure to the upside on the lower time frames. Just on the hourly, I don't really see much here for me. So maybe if I am going to take a trade, it's going to be based off of like just the 15-minute. But I'm anticipating expansion up to here to previous day high. As for gold, it did the thing again where it moves without you. It was really the news driver yesterday at 10 a.m. That really took us higher. Let me just go to it here. So yeah, we were kind of just upwards consolidation yesterday, and then right at 10 o'clock on the news is really when the move to the upside started to happen and accelerate. So you could potentially mark off this gap on gold right now, and you would be looking to target 3922.7. That is basically just the London high right there. Let me pull up news real quick for X Factory. I think we got 10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. news PMI. So we'll be waiting for that. We have unemployment claims tomorrow, and it says tentative, which is kind of odd. It's usually just like an 8:30 news driver. So that's kind of weird that they don't have a time
I
on it.
wonder if that's because of the government shutdown, because I did hear that non-farm payrolls on Friday, they won't be releasing it if the government is still shut down.
Jeez Louise.
Woo!
That
Wild.
would be wild.
Yeah, that is kind of wild. That's wild right there. Yeah, so that's
No
about all I
numbers for
got.
you.
Yeah, no numbers for me. Yeah, I mean, you could be watching these 15-minute gaps here that we reacted from here at 8:15 to the upside. But like I said, with news at 10 o'clock, just kind of wait and see. If you guys have any questions or any charts you want me to go over here, sounds like ICT can't trade today. Huh. Yeah, I wonder why. I don't know. I put out a little tweet that ICT did on a YouTube video yesterday. It was like a summary of how to trade all-time highs. People were like, I thought you hated that man. And then I'm like, before I could even comment, someone commented for me like, you can still trade the concepts and not like the person. I'm like, thank you, But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I'm bullish on the day. I don't really see a move lower here. I think the government shutdown news already happened. I think we're just going to continue towards our objective. And worst case scenario, we just kind of chop, which would be on par with NFP week the closer we get to it. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I did pull up a report from CNBC. It does say regarding, so ADP was this morning, and then it says this report comes hours into the government shutdown, which would inhibit releases on non-farm payrolls and jobless claims previously expected for later this week if a resolution isn't reached. So there's that.
We're supposed to have PMI revisions today too. I wonder if we're going to get that. I didn't even think about that.
No numbers for us. Dang it.
It's still on the schedule.
Yeah,
see.
it's still on the schedule. Well, I feel like they would have moved it to tentative if it wasn't going to come out,
Oh.
honestly. So
It'll be a surprise.
see what
didn't know
old
we were
Bull
supposed to be
Barbie's
looking
got
for
here.
that.
She's got the pink and green candles on here. So
Uh-oh. Those are cyan. You need to get your eyes checked.
Terrible.
Well, let's get this out of the way first. If you like ICT, like the stream, and if you don't like ICT, like the stream,
Ooh.
and we'll take it from there. So, I'm real cautious about the whole government shutdown thing too. So the way I kind of translate that into the trading plan is like where's kind of the danger zone, and that's going to be. I mean, we're really choppy yesterday too, but at least in the morning session. So I was kind of trying to identify the area where it's most dangerous and most choppy. So I made a pink box. This is not my normal chart because I wanted to just kind of clean things up and look at just kind of today's stuff. So this is the area where I think it's going to be most choppy. And I pulled the high from the morning session yesterday because it's been around that. I've been really watching that 67.20 level on ES, but it's getting kind of old. So I wanted to pull something a little bit newer. So I pulled that 67.18 for the high of this box, and then the low from yesterday, 66.93 for the bottom. I think this is going to be the most dangerous zone and the most choppy. And the way that I like to handle these is just really wait for the edge. So I marked 6,700 because I think it's going to be really important. That's really been a magnet all week. But I really would want to see a reaction, and we could go long down here and potentially, target some things higher. I just need room, and I don't have room until we're at the far edges of these blocks. In the context of everything that's going on, the market structure, the news that's going on. I mean, I know we've got the government shutdown. That's what gives me some caution, but the market is still in a bullish structure, and it's not given in to all of this pressure that it could have to take the market lower. So I do have a bullish lean on the day. That's kind of why I was talking about, if it gets down here, that's a buy for me around the bottom of this pink box, 66.93 or so, to start targeting, the other side of that. The easier trade for me, though, like a true breakout trade, would be if we can break out of the 67.18. The safe trade would be to let it break and then retest. But that was kind of a big dramatic motion for that. I don't know if it'd be that big of a retest, but if we do get the breakout, kind of the first spot, I was looking at this consolidation. I didn't draw a box all the way around it, but I could have. I was just looking at where that consolidation would start, and that's where I would want to start taking things off around 67.26 or so. And then if we can get a full run, I would be looking for yesterday's high all the way up there, 67.43. If that doesn't play out at all and we end up dropping out the bottom of the box, we have some good support here, this 66.80. I was looking for another one lower. Oh yeah, I did get it marked. Okay, the 66.57 is kind of that area below where, if you look at this, we had big dramatic candles, but the price that ultimately kind of ended up holding is that 66.57 level. So that's what I pulled out as kind of a bearish target. I just am kind of favoring this long, just given what we're in. The way the ADP came out, and this will be frustrating if we don't get non-farm this week, but non-farm should kind of back up ADP if the Fed's trying to use those numbers to cancel a rate drop, or you get a rate drop for the next meeting. So I kind of lost my train of thought with that, but that's something that we do have to be aware of for Friday. And right now it's kind of looking like it's going to help the Fed stay dovish a little bit. So that's kind of the context that I'm looking at everything for today.
Thank you, Barbie.
Shout out Barbie. Like the stream for Barbie. Like for Barbie.
Like and subscribe. Did you guys see?
If you like Bull Barbie, like the stream. If you like Nick, like the stream. If you like Terry, like the stream.
They have to like the stream.
Triple smash. Did you guys see the post that Matt L, our CEO from MyFundedFutures, posted on X?
I had not. What did it say?
I'll share it. Okay, I'll pull it up. Share this tab. Can you see it? There it is. Okay. Yeah. So he says tomorrow, 10/2, new promo coming. $1,500 payout cap changing to $6,000 payout cap every 5 days of 100 days, $100. Stay tuned for more details. So this will be exciting. What do you guys think it is? What does this mean? What does this mean?
I hope more tacos. It always should mean more tacos.
Yeah. I love it. That's exactly what that means. $6,000 worth of tacos. So it must be some type of change. Right?
Yeah, it must be like a rule change for like this small, like a different account or something. So like maybe less restrictions on it. So make it, wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll see what it is.
So tomorrow, everyone, make sure you come and watch our show. And I don't know when it'll be announced, but we can
Mhm.
talk about it. And it looks like MyFundedFutures just posted in chat 5 payouts, $6,000 cap, $30,000. Like, whoa, that
Per
would be
account. Oh wow.
Give it
So
to me.
tacos. We want tacos.
speaking of
I need a
October,
Rolex watch.
well, you got the money to go buy one. Why don't you go buy one?
Oh no, I can't flex yet, Nick. I feel like I have to earn it, right? Like
Well, what you
slowly.
should have done after you made Rena DQ is what you should have done is challenge Victoria for her Rolex. Yeah, that's what you should have done.
Part 2. No, I wouldn't want to. Her Rolex is beautiful. She's beautiful. I'd want her to keep her Rolex.
One thing is everyone likes to talk about October 3rd is I just looked it up here, National Boyfriend Day. So everyone I feel like the only holidays that get talked about are like National Girlfriend. Hey, go buy your girlfriend flowers. Well, Friday's National Boyfriend Day, so maybe go get him his favorite sports teams ticket.
What if you have like 10 boyfriends though? Whew, gonna be busy.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Where's Keith? Keith, are you here? I got
Keith,
you.
are you at work? Oh, Keith is here.
Oh wow! Great comment of the day right here. Nick can finally dye his hair blue and add a nose pin. Great. That was something on my bucket list. Today is the
That's
start.
so
of
helpful.
Q4. Today is the start of Q4.
So National Boyfriend Day, is that like boyfriend as in your significant other, or is that a boy that's a friend? So like your bros, like you celebrate your bros also?
I think it's just what you think it means is what it means probably.
Yeah. Like National Donut Day. There's so many different like there's National Pet Day too. When is there going to be a National Trader Day? I want to know.
National Trader Day.
Yeah.
Probably on. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have a holiday, but maybe our holiday is we get 12 of them a year. Really, we get CPI.
True.
Yeah, I mean, people. That's our day. Nick, what you getting your boyfriend?
That's the one I was reading.
That was the one from Barbie's Discord. That she's like, hey, go. She typed in her Discord that, hey, go type this out to Nick, and then just go on your YouTube account. I can do it. So yeah, she did that. Yeah. So let's see. Okay. Yeah. Well, in terms of the market right now, let's go with a 1 hour real quick. Have you guys done trading this week? Because we're already on like Wednesday, although I feel like it's Thursday. This week's been pretty slow, honestly. I mean, if we just look at where we're at in terms of relative to Sunday open, like we haven't moved much. So this is Sunday open right here, like the weekly open. Like we're let's see, weekly open, we moved about 230 points up. 94 points down, and we're 50 points away from weekly open. So, and look at the lack of. This is one thing too. You can tell how I always talk about, hey, there's not a whole lot of fair value gaps in the session, so it's probably not a very good session to trade because it's not going anywhere. You can do the same thing on the hourly or the 4 hour, right? Like there's not a whole lot of fair value gaps in here. Like one right here, second one right here, third one right here, fourth one. Like there's been 4 fair value gaps really of any meaning across. How many bars is this? 61 candles. So not really moving much. Whereas like if you go down here, like last week, there's a lot of speed and direction in the market, right? A move up on Monday, and then we have a big move down the rest of the week before consolidation on Friday. So yeah, just something I'm watching too, I spent a lot of time, probably, I don't know, I think Barbie's the same way. I spend like 9% of the week watching the hourly chart. Just like,
I always
if
have it up.
If that thing ain't moving, I ain't touching it, dog.
It keeps me out of trouble because when you look at that hourly and it's just in the middle of nowhere, it's like, yeah, this really is a forced trade I'm trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It really is. Let's see. I do want to see what happens. If and when we run this previous day high, do we continue to get the expansion higher, or do we consolidate into here? And then how does Friday trade with no NFP? You know what I mean? Like, what's that gonna be like?
Yes, exactly. And I'm wondering if the ADP numbers from early this morning will that make the markets really move today? Because we don't have a number on Friday, maybe? Yeah, there's so many
The problem is
maybes.
you still need the support of the two number, or the Fed still needs the support of the two numbers. They're not going to make a decision based on one number just because they don't have the other one. I did just see a tweet. I posted it in case Terry has her screen ready to share or something, but
Oh,
they're suspending jobless claims, non-farm payroll, consumer price index, well, CPI, PPI, retail sales, factory order, housing starts, trade data, and employment trends index. So we lost all those for now.
that sucks for us. No presents for us this week regarding those numbers.
Damn.
Okay.
Not gonna be very fun for sure if that happens. Bull or bear poll at the open. I think I could see like a short term bearish run to these lows right here on the 15-minute. So something like this, like a move lower and then a move back up to here will be pretty clean. I don't want to see it go below this. Really these London lows. Honestly, I think worst case scenario for bullish is if it comes back down here, refills this inefficiency from London, and then goes higher. That would actually be better, because if you have like a 15-minute candle in the next 20 minutes, just sell off here, people get scared and start shorting the market because the government shut down, and then you just turn around right around this 24/7 level and just shoot higher. That would make just so much. That would just make so much sense actually. So I'm actually gonna mark that one off. Thanks to whoever asked that question.
What are you guys thinking in chat? Are you thinking long or short or no trade today? Type in L for longs, type in S for short, or N for no trades. Marked safe from the markets.
I like this comment from Dave the Wave. Isn't it convenient for the government not to have to provide the numbers that reflect the current status of the government? That's a good point there.
Yeah. Did ICT really say no trading since government shutdown? I'm about to go full. I'm about to take like 40 trades today then.
It does sound like something he might say.
Let me go unblock him. Let me go unblock him and unmute him real quick. Let's see what he said here. Oh, he's live streaming on YouTube right now. Oh, it's a good morning. Yeah, he made up a new term yesterday. I thought it was kind of cute. Yeah.
What was the new term?
He called it's a suspension block. I don't know what that is. I found that kind of crazy, kind of wild. Apparently, it's just a consolidation. I was like, yeah, MyFundedFutures here.
That's what the comeback was for the new level name.
Two volume and two overlapping. Okay, I'm not getting into it. I could care less about it, bro. That's crazy. That's wild work right there, bro. That's kind of wild. Oh, Ash is in the chat.
Ooh, market is coming down a little.
Yeah. Now that I see this gap down here, has unfilled, I'd like to see it come down there. Like just sell off right at the open, scare the hell out of people. Government shut down, and just completely reverse. That's probably gonna give you your best trade setup for the day, honestly. I don't think one thing I've noticed is if price is hanging out in an area for like a long period of time, like from like London session or a couple of hours, it's most likely when it moves, it's just gonna randomly take off, and you're just not gonna be a part of it. Whereas like if you just got something marked off, it comes down to it quickly and then moves away. It's just better. my boy. And joke.
So I am going to hop in the short just based on that nice market on open candle that's selling off. So expecting hopefully a sell-off on the actual open. So we shall see. So I am pumping myself up to do the 5-minute orb again, even though yesterday it lost, right? So I'm trying to be systematic about it, switching accounts. So this is a different account that I traded compared to yesterday. I was thinking about it, like, because remember, Barbie, when I was trading that every day and it lost like 7 days in a row.
Mhm.
And I was like, okay, no more. I can't take any more of this. And then I started trading it with discretion. And then I did that back test and it was like peachy in the back test. So that's why I'm like, okay, let me just rotate accounts and do it like systematically, like win or loss, it doesn't matter. Just like put it on. Oh, here we go. Market is open. I am looking for about a 1-to-1 on this trade. And I am just going to manually exit when it gets there. Well, actually, I'll move it. Oh. Okay, here we go. I'm going to exit. Oh, man, I missed my exit. Shoot. Okay, here we go. Come on. There we go. About $200 in the bag. So, back to what I was saying. Oh, my screen is gone. Sorry, guys. What I was saying about the 5-minute orb situation, like let's say I do this and it doesn't work, like that's okay, because really the winning is in being able to stick to one strategy consistently, even if over 30 days it ends up not making money. Like that's okay, because that skill of developing that discipline I can take with me and just apply it to a different strategy, right? What do you guys think of that idea?
Yeah, no, I think
Strategy hopping has never served anybody too well.
No.
yeah. So we did have this scenario happen just now where we ran this low. There's SMT at the lows with ES and NQ. So just something to monitor there. But we'll see. He still got to see a little bit more. Like if you're gonna trade that, geez. I found it funny. I was talking about how, usually if prices hang out in an area, when it decides to move, it takes off really quickly. It looks like that's happening right now.
Ooh, you were calling this, Nick. You're like, it's gonna go down and then it's gonna
We'll
go up.
see. It's only been 2 minutes so far, but
Holy
if it
smokes.
went those Asia highs, I'd be like, dang, bro.
Good thing I booked those profits. If there's something I've learned about NQ and scalping is like, I gotta be quick because things can change real fast. Bryn, thank you. Bryn says MyFundedFutures is so goated. People really don't realize how helpful the lives are. Thank you.
Of course,
Thanks for tuning in. Oh, market is pushing higher.
Let's see. Yeah, this to me looks like a huge market maker model to the upside, or head and shoulders, as some of you guys like to call it. So we'll see here.
You call it Head and Shoulders the market maker? Is it like a picture of him?
Yeah, no, he just got he basically so the market maker is basically just ICT's head and shoulders. Yeah, ICT's the guy with the head and shoulders. Like it's his head and shoulders. Yeah, inverted. Yeah, sorry, inverted. Thanks. Dumb money concepts are there. Dang, bro, we are moving. No entry for me at all.
Almost a 90-point candle. Yep.
Yeah, like nothing at all. I would have wanted to retest to this level here after this close at 932 on the lower time frames. And that's like a pretty low risk trade for me. But dang, it is kind of crazy watching it move right now. Let me go back out to 15 minutes so I don't get chopped up. Nick looks at chat during session. Yeah, I do. Did you say something? Let's see here.
Oh, I do see a question from Gas. Can you ask Nick what time start and time end he plots his Asia and London and New York times?
Can you ask what time? Oh yeah, so this is it right here. So Asia 8 p.m. to midnight, London 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., and then New York 8:30 to 12. And these are all East Coast East Standard Time or whatever. So yeah, these are it right here. I was running through the 6 super mile. If it takes out a lot of liquidity, it should have to be slow. Just watching. Yeah. Someone said pretty easy long. So yeah, no, it was just hanging out in this area, man. But the people that trade like 8:30 and on, like you were probably in this trade due to this 15-minute gap here. And then this SMT just kind of confirmed everything, right? With NQ and ES. So I think Asia, well, it's about to take it right now. I think previous day high is just inevitable at this point.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Bulls are
We
in
are
charge.
we are in the bull trigger for my trade. So
I do have my buy stop at 8:38. Let's see. What level are you looking at going long, Barbie?
already long.
Already long.
67.18.
Woohoo!
I actually I kind of foobarred it. I had a little bit better entry, but here we are.
Okay, I am tagged in on the long.
5 minutes. Potentially, you could watch this area here on the 5 minute when this candle closes in 4 minutes. See a retest back to here before going higher. Well, you want this SMT to hold for sure at these lows. Big divergence right now. What's YM doing? Someone check on that one. She's probably going crazy. I'll check YM. Oh wow, big move up and then wick. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was looking at Tesla and Nvidia too. They put in some crazy opening wicks. They're starting to push now though. So
yeah, it's kind of mixed here on Mag 7s. Let's see.
Only about 65 points ish for the full gap fill from yesterday's close on NQ.
I've been pretty bullish on Apple too, so I like seeing that push up. That should help the market here. Come on, market. Don't be slow. Don't be shy.
So
Don't be
Barbie's
shy.
looking at 67.38. Okay, so she's not even targeting previous day high. So
Well, I am with the second one.
Oh, okay, you just have him drag it up.
I guess I gave it a few points. I would rather make it easy. Oop. Can't hear you. Okay, you're back.
Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to see how we close here in the next minute and a half and see if we can get what kind of reaction we get inside this fair value gap on the 5 minute. to the upside.
NASDAQ is having a little bit of hard time keeping up with ES here.
Nice win. It looks like
I got one off.
you big profits on one.
Yeah. Oop. I'll trail this next one.
W for Barbie, guys. It's only 9 minutes. Already W's. Let's go.
Where are you looking to book yours? Are you on NASDAQ, Terry?
I am on the micros. I'm looking at hopefully we get there. At looking at the full gap fill. So a little shy of that. So 24,890. I'm hoping it's not one of those days where I get tagged in and then it goes on the opposite side like it did yesterday. We shall see. I feel like the market is in the business of surprising people. Like if I got $1 for every single time the market surprised me, I would be like a trillionaire, I swear. It's always surprises me.
Especially after what happened in April. That was kind of crazy.
I know.
Oh, I could not believe that's the type of stuff you tell your kids about. Yeah, bro, like there was a 300 point candle, 1 minute candle on NQ. Really? Like,
yeah.
Like,
So intense.
Okay. I'm gonna be a little patient this morning just because I did not expect us to move that quickly off open. So I want to see if NQ can come down, give me a pullback, and then ES take it higher. Let's see. Is anyone else in trade right now? Type 1 chat if you're in trade.
CJ just got out of longs. Congratulations, CJ. Sounds like you made some monies.
Well, you should have been here last week, Terry. Tom had a crush on our board. T Trades, our special guest.
I missed it.
It was like a hour and a half long game of 20 questions.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I'll have to go back and watch it. But T Trades will be back on again with us, Nick.
Not this week, but I'll get him back on. I'll rough him up a little bit and make sure he gets on.
Yeah. Tom was having a bro crush.
Yeah, he didn't know National Boyfriend Day was this Friday, not last week, so he got a little confused there. It was on this channel. It was last week, I think, or last Thursday. So that would be like the 26th, 27th, somewhere in there. Did Terry win the competition? Yes, she won the competition. Yeah, we both won the competition.
We did. And Nick won the MyFundedFutures one.
Clap there. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, ES is definitely stronger. But what you can do is, since if you feel really good about where price is going, you can use the fact that NQ is weaker and catch a better risk to reward on that one to target that high or whatever you're looking at. Sometimes that's what I do. Nick needs a crown on MyFundedFutures. I need to get me one of those lights that they got. It says Nick does futures. You know what? Making a call real quick.
They're super cool. Like the light up the neon lights. Is that what you're referencing, Nick?
The which one?
The light up neon lights.
Yeah.
It says your name.
GAS, that is I think you're talking about this here. That's the cumulative delta with the order flow plus on NinjaTrader. So this is a premium data tool. It's a way of processing level 2 data, basically. I like to watch it a few different ways.
I hear everyone talk about level 2. Like, what's level 1?
That's for beginners.
Oh, okay.
It's the top of book. It's what everyone gets for free with the firm.
Okay.
Just the top of the ask
This is
and the
time and
bid.
sales.
That's it.
It's the actual orders at the time, how much they're when you're watching the order volume and analyzing volume in the market, you're not, I mean, we're used to watching it just like this, but if you think about it on a DOM, I don't have a DOM I can share right now, but you've got the bid and the ask on either side. The buyer and the seller don't get matched horizontally across, they get matched diagonally across the bid and the ask, the market makers in the middle. So you can analyze what if it was a limit order or a market order and all sorts of different things about it to come up with all these volume analysis. And that's the very basic version of what this indicator does.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
It's so interesting because like people who watch order flow, you can and watch like delta. So I've seen some traders do this where like let's say the delta is showing that the buyers keep hitting the offers like on market orders. So they're just like whatever price, just get me in. But the price of the asset isn't really moving. So that tells you that there's like passive sellers with limit orders just sitting there. And so I think that's so interesting how people use order flow that way for like to help
Well,
them.
I mean, there's so many different ways. That's
like one way.
That's why it's like, yeah, it's kind of Pandora's box. It's like anything else. I mean, there's a million different ways to see if the market is oversold. And that's a very, very basic way to look at the market. So volume's another kind of basic foundational thing that the market has. And yeah, so there's different ways to process and look at it. And there's different strategies. So, you know, a lot of times I'm looking to either have confluence or a difference there that I can trade. So yeah, it's not, there's a lot of different strategies and things that you can do with it. So it's just kind of an extra tool.
Yeah. So you said Pandora's box. So okay, it's like watching 100 ICT YouTube videos in a weekend, right? It can be.
People do that.
I think
no
they
wonder the
do.
world's going crazy.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, he's got all these playlists in there and everything. It's kind of crazy. Is there ads when you watch his videos, guys? Because if there's no ad revenue, he can't make money, right? You have to have ads turned on, right? Yeah, I think so. I mean, mine, I haven't even set my monetization, I don't think. So I wouldn't know on my YouTube. So I think you have to have ads turned on. If there's no ads, he's not making any money. It's kind of wild. Like he could be making a lot of freaking money off those videos. So, yeah, so someone says there's no ads. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, he does it. It's not about the money for him, you know, because like he's made so much money trading that like you know he's too. Okay. I made myself geek. He's made $400 kajillion trading. You know, you don't need to do that. Someone said go on a stream. I think that Futures was talking about you. Yeah, so it's 5-minute gap. Price pull back too. I'm seeing a little bit of sell off here, pull back. I want to see how ES reacts. Barbie, that's a good question here. What is level 3?
So level 3 is like the full order book. That I don't have like all the details. I'm afraid I'm going to say something wrong, but level 2 is like it's how deep you're looking into the orders basically. So level 2 has the bid and the ask levels up to a certain point, and then level 3 is the full book. So you'll see all the actual individual orders instead of it being like clumped together and kind of like accumulated, aggregated, I guess.
Okay, cool.
So that's I don't think regular traders, like home retail traders, I don't really think that's something that home retail traders are really using. It's something more that institutions are using because they have massive orders that they're trying to place out over all over the place, and they need a little bit more advanced.
Well, another thing too is that like if they want to buy, like they can't place them all at one time. They have to like slowly place them in because otherwise they can find out other people will see that, and they'll just start coming after them, which is kind of crazy. It's so weird to me that like some of these firms and everything, they're like they'll see a big order come in and be like, oh, that's whoever, it's like, how do y'all know this stuff? It was like, word on the street. I'm like, okay, cool. It's so crazy. And then they'll short it or whatever. They'll put a big order in to try to it's just kind of crazy. Yeah, pretty much he bought, dump it.
So
I didn't buy though.
I did get stopped out, and I did flip the switch, and I am in short now. That was a dump. Holy smokes.
That was a dump, wasn't it?
Big red candle.
That was a big body. Big
body,
big-
big back.
Big body, small wick on this one.
15-minute looks scary. I don't have a target for downside. I really don't. I don't know what to look at on that. I wonder if this is gonna be a massive fake out and like we go higher now.
That would suck. That's what happened yesterday. So the opening range, the 5-minute orb people lost on the first one, and then if you took the reversal of it, you also lost. So that would suck if it was like 2 days in a row of that shenanigans.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. I swear to God, if we start just like displacing to the side, it wouldn't be funny because you got stopped out, but it'd be funny at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yes, because it would be real life. Like this is like.
Well, I expected this drop right at the open, right? I didn't see us, going higher
this year, and it was like it squeezed in this candle. Yeah, it did initially drop, and then it just shot up like a rocket. And look at this.
One thing I'm seeing too is lack of direction. Like seems like we have news at 10 o'clock. It seems like it wants to wait for that because we're right around 9:30 open. So just because there's big candles up and red candles are like down, like big ones, like I don't think you're missing much because we're still hanging out right around 9:30 open. So it's easy to get FOMO when you see big moves like that, but trust the process. Like Ash says here, he says, accept the risk +2R or -1R.
There you go.
I know he's in here.
Yeah, Ash, he took his $10,000 live account and grew it to 40,000. It's sitting at 40,000 right now. Plus, he's taken payouts like the entire way. It's absolutely amazing.
People keep saying it's not possible, but they literally have all the receipts. So it's there. Go look at it. It's awesome.
Exactly.
Scams. That's my favorite part.
You come to this to do that, and then you see somebody do it, and you're like, that's not possible. I've never understood that.
Also, like years of experience and practice, and he has shared with us that like he's had his fair share of losses and struggles for him to get to where he is today.
Absolutely. I think that when you're just looking at the results, it is really easy to forget about that. But me too. I've had losses that if you told me I would lose that much money before I ever started, I probably would not have started, but made it through,
You pushed through and you didn't give up and you kept going and learning. Yes, I am on that journey. I think a lot of people can relate. Barbie, your story is very inspiring. Also, like how you shared with us, you had money only like to really pay for groceries in your bank account, and you had to figure out a way to take care of yourself and your family, and how you got into real estate and you just dominated that, and then you got into trading and you're dominating this. It's very inspiring. And with like how you grew your personal account also, like you just kept growing it.
Well, I mean, it looks like I just kept growing it, and that is kind of my point too. Is like, it's why is it that when we are actually in the middle of trading, that we feel the pain in our losses so much more, but then when we see somebody else's result, like we don't think about the pain, we just think about how great it was at the end. So yeah, it's been a lot of struggles and a lot of ups and downs, but if you want something bad enough, then you're going to stop making excuses and stop being the victim and get out of your own way. And I mean, for me, that's what I had to do, because it's either this is going to work or it's not. And I didn't see another option. So it's like, you got to get it in gear and get my stuff together and make it happen. Like, who wants to be stressed out and not able to make ends meet, and versus who wants to have respect for themselves and a little bit of breathing room. So that's
Yeah.
I've always focused on that. Like, I've always focused on what I want, and there's always fear and doubt, but you have to learn to live with that and deal with that and not let it take over and come to the forefront.
Nick, your story is also inspiring, how you shared with us how you got fired from that job, and then you like grew this amazing career in trading, and you had a $50,000 month the other month I saw on your socials. So it's like, yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And like you were saying, Barbie, like it's easy for us, like who are in that developing stage, to look and be like, oh my God, like, and only see all the winning and all the money, and to not see like the struggles on the way up.
Well, you say developing stage. I think we're all developing. If you get out of the developing stage, you're done. You're not gonna keep moving. You always have to keep developing. We've been complimenting the heck out of Ash here. Ash is still developing, I promise. We're always there's not a point. I think we've talked about this a little bit, but I think people think sometimes, oh, if I can just get $1 million and everything's going to be better, but that's not how it is. You get to $1 million and you're like, wow, that was great. I can do even more, and I can make an even bigger difference. And it just keeps going. So
Yeah, Thunderbird said, my story is also much inspiring. I'm still writing it. I love that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Me
no,
too.
I completely agree with that. Like, you have to be like, it's a fine line between being content and being comfortable. I always say, you should be comfortable like with risking the size that you risk on the trades. You should never be content. Like, okay, I'm cool with just risking one micro for the rest of my life. Like, why would you want to do that, right? Like, why would you not want to size up? Why would you not want to get a little bit better? And same with life. Like, why would you not want to just get better at trading or business or whatever it is? Like, I mean, but like there is that fine line, because what you can do is you can become obsessed with it, and then you can just like kind of just only be chasing that one thing, and they can kind of be, I wouldn't say bad, but you kind of lose sight of everything else. Now, that's one thing I think people do too much of when they try to trade. Like, they put so much energy and time into trading that like they just kind of, they're not going to be good at it, because you kind of have to let go to be good at trading. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of have to.
Yeah,
Just
you lose perspective a little bit, just
Right.
getting sucked into the charts, and then
Right.
you can't make the right judgment calls on, is this a good trade or not?
100%. Let's see here. Man, I hope to God this isn't a choppy AM session, because right now it's kind of giving me those vibes.
Yeah, I got frustrated yesterday, and then it finally broke free. But
Yeah, like 2:00, right? 2:00, it just started to absolutely just rip off.
We do have news in less than 2 minutes. ISM manufacturing PMI.
I did double check, and this one's still on, because this comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Oh wait, no, they're not part of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They have their own. They're independent. So It is. So I don't like how ES is hanging below the 67.18 again. I guess I've kind of got that as another trigger point, but my caution too is just staying inside of this box. That's not fun at all.
Yeah, Oates says I'm waiting for news before trading anymore on other accounts. Yeah, good idea. I mean, we got another 45 seconds so the news comes out, so could see a push here.
We can wait 45 seconds. Maybe. We'll try. I'm gonna try. Sit on my hands. Wait, then they're gonna think I'm doing something else.
Uh-oh.
Your ghost.
Use code SILVER50 for a free reset. There's 50 of them. Let us know if you got one.
Right in time for 10 a.m. news. Let's see what hits first. You guys use up those codes or news?
I vote on codes.
Oh, Gas got it. Anyone else get it? I'm seeing some not valid.
Damn. Awesome.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Hopefully, the government goes back to work, right? It's kind of crazy.
Back to work, guys.
I feel like they don't do anything ever. So, I wonder what they do now. So, yeah, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Y'all have fun.
Bye, Nick. See you tomorrow.
Take it easy.
You missed the music. You gotta turn us up. Crank the volume.
Oh, EL got it. Congrats.
It's not really moving the market.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're on par. So we had 49.1 for the actual forecast at 49. So pretty boring. Don't go choppy. Don't go choppy. Don't do it.
I know it's doing it.
Don't
It's barcoding.
What?
Congrats, Otis. Congrats to all the winners. And there will be more freebies today. So tune in. We never know when it's going to happen. Yeah.
I still think this is like
barcoding.
generally bullish though. I just keep kind of looking at different ways to look at it, and we're just not holding below the areas that we need to hold below. So we'll see. It is a little dangerous to enter kind of in the middle here.
Oops. Yeah.
Yeah, we get some trades, DM. Does anybody have any questions while we're kind of waiting to see what the market's going to do here? I'm still watching this level for a breakout. Markets, I think, is digesting all of this news a little bit still here.
It really is. Just giving us a pretty barcode. Kaizen, you must be short. You're asking for the market to go down.
I don't have those powers. Michael, it's National Boyfriend Day on Friday, I think, so I'm collecting boyfriends if you're applying. All right. It's trying to do the breakout again.
Yep.
You guys see me like literally day trading on a 1-hour chart here?
Oh,
I
it's
still think
trying
we're
to
gonna
push
see this
higher.
previous day high. Yeah, here it goes. Do it. Do it. Do it.
It wants to.
Where's our previous day high? 913 is that previous day high on NASDAQ. That would not be a bad little run. NASDAQ's been a little behind, huh? Let's go.
I wonder how gold's looking. I saw this morning gold was up over 1%. Yeah, it's pulled back. It's
Yeah, I think
down.
it was up on the shutdown news. Of course, I mean gold and Bitcoin should both do really well on that. Bitcoin's still kind of rallying and gold is not, so that's kind of interesting. But I think gold has just been pushing so hard; it didn't have as much room. I've been pretty bullish on Bitcoin too. I kind of wish I'd managed to buy some more yesterday, but oh well. We'll see if we get another little pullback. I'm still bullish on it. Barbie, do you focus on volume to determine what trades to enter? I mean, that's one of the tools that I use. Without volume, we don't have trades. That's where the volatility comes from and anything that we need to make things working. There's just a lot of different ways to analyze it. And even I'll analyze it in different ways. Like sometimes I'm just looking, this isn't the daily, but if I go to the daily, well, that one didn't have volume. Let's go back. Even if I'm looking at a daily chart, I pay attention to which days have high volume and low volume. I noticed that we were having lower volume and then higher volume on this day the other day too. Like I take note of that sort of thing, even for swing trading. But even down, I mean, I like watching order flow, and unfortunately, my order flow chart is big and hard to share. But there's a lot of different ways to analyzing volume, and I think kind of whichever way you focus on volume, there's a lot of really good strategies. Volume profile too, I have on my Ninja Trader. Definitely important. We can go back and look at the pair over here a little bit.
That would be such a bummer if we don't get non-farm payrolls numbers on Friday.
Might not, from the looks of it. Nick's favorite too.
I know. We were all looking forward to it.
It's okay. He might bring up the fact that he won the trading competition instead. So he might still get a little bit. We'll see if he remembers that. Someone was asking a question I didn't totally understand, but whoa. Okay, there it is. I lost my button. So this is volume profile. This is the way you can analyze volume on the price scale instead of the time scale. So in using volume profile, I am looking at things a lot of different ways. But I watch the cumulative delta, I watch the order flow, and I watch the volume profile. At the beginning and the end of the days, I'll check in on TPO charts too, but that's more when I'm coming up with my plan. So this is kind of, I mean, this is another way to look at volume. We have basically each one of these, this is spread out over sessions and volume. I'm trying to always come up with what's the like quick way to explain this? I don't know if I have one. But there's a lot of different cool ways to analyze volume. I think it really helps you see where the key levels are, because one of the things we're trying to do is stay out of the way of the institutions and then ride the wave with them. And that's the kind of thing that you could see, well, with support and resistance too, but volume supports that. It helps you see where the bulk of the orders are being placed and where kind of these price vacuums are and where major support and resistance is. So
It's so interesting to see all the different ways that you can analyze volume.
I was asking about the purple versus green, and let's see if I can show. There's a couple different ways. I don't use it on this as much. But if you expand this out, we're looking for this spreads it out over time. So it's basically kind of going in rainbow order, but this is showing you which sessions had these volumes. So which hour basically had these volumes. If you zoom in really tight, these will have letters too. This is what I'm looking at on my used to looking at on my other screen. It just has the numbers and not the little colored blocks. But this is the A block and the B block. So it shows you where all of this price action took place over time. And so the colors are showing me kind of which session that was, if it was A or M. So this is just TradingView's way of making it look a little bit prettier, because when you zoom out, then you can't see the letters anymore. And
That's
then when I
so
had this turned
cool.
on before, it's all smashed together. So you saw the blue kind of on top of the red. So that's what I'm saying. Like, how's the quick way of doing a TPO chart lesson? There's not one that I know of. So I had these expanded out. So it was showing it over time. If I condense the time and just show how it operated over price, then it takes up less space, but I can see that this was the first session, this was the middle of the day, and then this was the end of the day.
Is there a certain pattern that you look for as part of your analysis in the TPO charts, Barbie?
It's not really a pattern. You're kind of looking for the narrative. So you're looking at where price hangs out a lot and where price reaches. It's not necessarily a pattern, but you can look for the points of control, and you can see that a lot of points of control are ending up right here. This is based on 30-minute candles, and I look at the TPO over 30-minute candles because you can't break up the session by the hour evenly. You have to do it by the half hour to make it even. So, sorry, I had to deal with something on my other screen. You're also kind of looking for a lot of times you're looking for single prints, and what a single print will mean is this is a single print right here. I'm going to zoom in on it. A single print is where price, this is inefficient trading down here. Price only spent a short time trading away from it. You're either looking for an efficient or an inefficient market, and single prints are inefficient. So that's one of the things that you can look for. That's where price is likely to go to. This is kind of the general idea that ICT knocked off too for like fair value gaps. But you can also look at it in volume profile a little bit. So there's a lot of different strategies that look at the same kind of idea where there's not been a lot of trading. Because the idea is the market skipped over those. A lot of times it happens really quickly. You can see that with a big candle like this. But when price moves over really quickly, it potentially skips out on some trades that would have happened in a slower market. So that's the idea, that it wants to go back and kind of recheck to see if those orders could possibly, and those participants could possibly be staying around. Because not everyone just has their limit orders just waiting in the market. The way a lot of the big institutions work, they're waiting for things to trigger. So think of it like if you have an alert on your chart when price gets, up to whatever level we're looking at, then you're called to attention and you can go run the program to start exiting or entering the position that you had planned. It's done much more slowly on a larger scale. That's why we
Thank
don't
you,
just see
Barbie.
these orders. Yeah, like on the level 2, when you're kind of looking at the book and you see these orders, you're not seeing all of them. You're just seeing the ones that are there ready. There are more kind of in imagination land that haven't been executed yet.
I see Luke is in chat, also known as Lucas MFTV, I believe. Hi, Luke. Everyone's like, is that Luke? Oh, Lucas is not Luke.
I don't think that's good idea though.
Yeah.
Okay, I still want to see if we get this move up here. We're in the area. I'll go back to my hourly where y'all can see kind of the plan. It's doing it again. Oh, I didn't mention.
It's teasing these highs. It's going.
Of course, I'm back in.
What were you going to say, Barbie?
I'm back in. See if it does the thing.
It's pushing.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna be so sad if I get stopped out. 2 trades, 1 win, 2 losses, but the 2 losses are like pretty big. Boo.
Are you short again?
No, no.
Okay.
Oh wait, yeah, I am short again. I'm sorry. I'm like, no, no. Yeah, no. So I went my first short, we made money, and that was a market on open order trade idea, right? And so that worked. And then the opening 5-minute opening range trade, the 5-minute one, it did not work, and then I hopped in the reversal of that. And so far I am sweating. It's about 600 some dollars under, and we might hit stop loss soon. Here we go. 836 will take me out of the trade. Good morning, Oats Trades. Yes, this seems to be.
Lucas, not Lucas.
But welcome, Lucas. Lucas is our new mod, one of our new mods. Welcome.
All right.
Oh,
Go market go.
it's going. Your longs are printing.
Hopefully it'll print again. I went a little bit more conservative on this take profit, which I probably didn't need to, but I'm gonna leave it. Make it easy.
So any new option trades that you put on?
Not yesterday afternoon because I was out. I have some things I'm gonna be looking at in a little bit. I kind of made a list, but I got out of Tesla, so I was kind of watching that today. I was trying to decide if I was going to re-enter it yesterday, and I didn't, but we'll see. I've just been trying to look for the things that have been holding the strongest when everything's been looking kind of nervous right now.
Mm.
So I try to keep it pretty simple.
Oh, it looks like I got stopped out. So that means, Barbie, your trade is winning.
Well, it's not done. It hasn't won till it's won.
What's your TP?
24.75. Push market, push.
It's pushing. Take out overnight highs.
I think we are at the overnight close for NASDAQ, whoever brought that up. Aren't we? Yeah, I think we are. That's what we're battling. Break it, Nazi, break it. You got this. ES is right there too. Same spot. We've got this pre-market, or not pre-market, the close. Trying to be resistance. No, 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 no. Go, go, go.
Abhishek, you're flat today.
How's married life treating you?
Yes, Abhishek is newly married. Our family keeps growing. Denny had a baby. Abhishek got married. I love it.
All right, time to trail. Hopefully this time I get that. So I have my order below the high. Someone commented on that earlier. That's because I'm lazy and I want the market to hit it real easy. But the high is at the swing high that I'm looking at is at 67.43.50. It's this guy up here from yesterday.
It's going.
Do it.
Just do it. Lucas is 50% to your pro account, 100K passing.
Ooh, nice.
Go,
Those are big
Lucas.
ones too. Good job.
Yeah.
I'm not. He thinks I'm getting greedy going for. Who thinks I'm being greedy going for my full target that I planned at the beginning of the day? Who thinks leading my runner for a full target is greedy? Not me. Not me. We'll see.
No, you're sticking to your system, your
Yeah, this is my
strategy,
plan.
and your plan. And your plan.
This is how I do my runners, though. I do make sure that if I'm going to leave a runner for a full extended target like that, I always do make sure that I have the stop and profit. So if you notice, I already took profits. This isn't my whole trade. So I've taken profits, and this is, I guess I've always kind of called this my having my cake and eating it too moment. Do we want a paper hands or diamond hands? We always want a diamond hands once it runs. Until then, we're like, I took the best profits. I feel that like you want to do a little bit of both. So this is how I do that. This is how I do a little bit of both. I do kind of, in my head, it's kind of two trades. I've got the kind of meaty, beefy part of my trade that I take off at some low hanging fruit. And then when I've got a longer target, I want to leave something on to go get it. That's my diamond hands runner. But I'm not stupid, so I'm not going to let it go red. I might do stupid things sometimes. This one's not one of them.
So, like, I've heard traders say, just get to $100. Just get to $100 for the day, and then just be done. Like, don't be greedy. The only thing about that is, like, when I hear that, in my mind, I'm like, well, that in theory works as long as my red days are capped at 100, right? But if my red days are
Okay,
like
but
500 or 600, and then if I'm constantly just like not sticking to a plan, and then just like, oh, it's $100, so let me just book it, then like it seems like the numbers aren't going to work out.
if I was going for an arbitrary number because I wanted to make $1,000 and that was $1,000,
Yeah.
for me that's greedy. But what I'm looking for is I don't even know how much money that makes me. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I do not know how much money that order makes me. But I know that that's where the market is likely to go, because if we break out of a consolidation bullishly, we're most likely to test most recent swing high or previous day high, and that is both. So I like it. I'm gonna go for it. Let's see. If I'm wrong, you can make fun of me. Don't do that. That's not nice.
It's like a good pitch. Like in baseball, you're like, that's a good pitch. I'm gonna
Yeah, but I mean,
swing for
there are
this.
kind of some different ways of looking at it. So if you're basing your R&R just purely based on dollar amounts,
Mhm.
I can see why you can see that's greedy. But if you have a plan where if it breaks here, if it breaks level A, I'm gonna target level B and C. It's not greedy to go for it, in my opinion. I see Ash is here, right?
Ash is in the house. Hey, Ash.
I mean, so what you're talking about is making sure that your winners are bigger than your losses, and that's part of it too. But so what I do is when I'm gauging how big this move is, that's how I decide how heavy to go in and what my position size is going to be based on how much I can risk. So you guys saw where my stop loss was. I didn't take 5. I would have loved to take 5. I didn't have the risk available, the point risk available to take 5 on that trade. So I didn't. But that's how I mean, there's a few different steps here, right? So there's identifying the levels where you want to target. And then it's making sure that that trade fits your risk parameters. And that's where you're worrying about making sure that your wins are going to be bigger than your losses and managing your money. It's a different skill. And I hope that y'all can see this. It's hope that made sense.
Yeah, Kaizen says greed is a scary thing. I kind of think of like, so greed, greed is the feeling of like it's not enough. And so if it's like not enough, I think of greed as more like, if I don't have a plan, and I've had days where it's like, you know, a $2,000 day, and that is like a bananas kind of day, like because you're looking at a $2,000 drawdown, and I'm making 100% return in a day, and then if I keep trading, then it's uh like there's this like negative connotation with greed, right? Like, oh, you're being greedy. I think underneath that there's like a belief, at least for me, if I'm still trading, there's a belief that, well, if I made $2,000, then like if I see a good setup, then I should take it. But that's like no bueno, because it's not part of the plan. So and then
Yeah.
what can happen is like when I have like those knockout home run days, and then if I keep trading, then all of a sudden my P&L goes from 2,000 to like 1,500, and then for whatever reason my brain is like, oh, but now I want to make back that 500 because I was just at 2,000, and then it drops, and then it drops to 1,000, and then my brain is like, oh man, like I was just at 2,000 and now I'm down to 1,000. Like I feel like I lost.
I will
when
tell you, it's
really,
like I've
yeah.
I've never even thought about how much money this is going to potentially make me. That didn't cross my mind in this trade. For this trade, I was really just looking at if it breaks here, I
Mhm.
think it's likely to go here and here. And that's literally it. So what was the point I was trying to make?
Like
It's
detaching from the money is a good
a
thing.
little
It sounds
bit, but
like.
I mean, for me, it's not a question of greed when I'm going for my target. So what would be greedy is if I said, okay, so if we get a break here at the 18 level, I'm going to target 26 and I'm going to target 43, and then I get this break, and and I'm like, okay, you know what? That's pretty cool, but you know what? I think really what we should do is I'm going to get in here and screw all these other levels I did. Did I put a Fibonacci on instead? Hang on. Um, Instead, I don't wanna go for that one anymore. I wanna go for this crazy way up here that's not part of my plan. That would be the greedy mode for me there, is when I'm trying to go for something that's not part of my plan and not part of my target, just because it feels really good.
Mhm.
So, I think that's when that greed kicks in, when it's like, "Okay, well, that's what I wanted, but now it's gonna give me even more, right?" And,
Yep.
in that case, that's not what I'm going for here. And I do manage my trades a little bit differently. So I know a lot of people are just in and out. It's a whole thing. It's a great way to enter and exit when you're scalping. But I will take longer day trades. I don't mind being in a trade for 45 minutes or a couple of hours if it's going to hit all of my spots and it's a well trained trade.
Mhm.
So the way that I've been able to do that mentally is by scaling out and doing exactly what I was talking about earlier with the having my cake and eating it too, with taking a bulk of the profits and then letting my runner. I got two trades. I got the big ridiculous trade that might be a little optimistic, and then the low hanging fruit trade that I can take off real quick and put in my pocket.
You're a very like relaxed trader. Like I like that style. You're just like, I'm not thinking about money. I'm not thinking about like, I'm looking at my targets. I put the trade on. I do that. Like you're very
The money comes
systematic.
easier. Yeah, the
Yeah.
money comes easier that way. If it's really weird and stupid, you stop focusing on it, it shows up.
It's like complete
It's
opposite.
but
Yeah.
you're not psyching yourself out, because a lot of times we're making ourselves our own victim and we're getting in our own way.
Mhm.
And we can't do that. And when we're thinking about money, we all have money issues. Like we have trauma. Somebody has told us that we can't afford that, and somebody's told us that's too expensive. Like we always have, there's always these things ringing in our back of our head, like on repeat all the time, like even way back to our childhood. And it's not about that in trading. We're just trying to get our job done. The job is trading the charts to the levels, or whatever your strategy is. You don't have to have levels. I use levels. So for me, it's trading the chart to the levels.
Almost a full gap fill in NQ from New York close prices. It's going. It just made a new high of 24,893 for the day. Oh, look at the time. Barbie, last minute thoughts before we head out for the day?
Well, I'm just going to keep watching this trade. I'll follow it in my other channels that I do here. But the plan from this morning is working out. So I'm going to just keep working that plan and take things day by day, especially when we've got government shutdown and all that kind of stuff looming. So day by day here.
Day by day. Everyone type in W for Barbie winning. Thank you for sharing all of the gold with us today and every day. Barbie and I will be back tomorrow. Up next is Ash. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good day. What's up, everyone? See who we have here today, and then we will jump into the conversation. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Aaron. Parmeet, what's up? Insane Achille, what's up? Mr. 10 Below, how are you doing today? Deepa, good morning. Trader Piera, good morning. Oats Trade, what's up? Roop, what's up? Gold Hunter, how are you doing today? Cave Trader, what's up? Gustavo, good morning. Pigeon, good morning. Camilo, good morning. Pine Tree, how are you doing today? Lucas, welcome to the team. Glad to see that we got MFTV in the name now. Clint, how are you doing today? Kays, good morning. Nicholas, good morning. Mick, good morning. Wyatt, how are you doing today? Anna, what's up? Rocky Mountain Trader, good morning. Jenny, good morning. Drew, what's up? Thunderbird, good morning. Mohammed, good morning. Bob, good morning. Liliana, good morning. Fia, good morning. Manit, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. I love Chuck Roast. Good morning. Starting off with a handful of 1s. Very nice. Here comes some 2s. All right. Okay. Couple more 2s and a couple 3s in there. Couple more 1s. Very nice. Looks like majority is saying 1 so far. Very nice. Very, very good. Well, let's take a look at the information. Same process as always. It's a matter of creating a game plan and then executing that game plan. So let's take a look. Everybody knows that I've been bullish on ES and NQ. So let's take a look once again. Daily fair value gap showing that it's supporting price. Price is being supported from that area, and we're looking to target new all-time highs. Okay. Beautiful support once again this morning once again acting as support, trying to take positions from support to our target. That's the game plan. Same thing here on ES. Same thing here on ES. Right? And notice the different words. I'm going to continue to keep doing this for the simple fact that terminology doesn't mean anything. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making. Okay, so I don't care what you call these areas. What does matter is that we can come in here, create a game plan, and execute that game plan with strictly defined risk management. So whatever you want to call these areas, we are simply looking for higher prices, right? We're betting on price moving higher. So however you want to say it, once again, I'm looking for this to be the target. All right. If you want to go ahead and fact check me, you could go back to the Monday's live stream as well. We do weekly outlooks in the beginning of the week. That way we can understand what we're looking for throughout the week. NQ and ES still has not completed its weekly objective. Right here, weekly objective. For that reason, we can still continue that bias. Now compare that to oil, right? So our bias on oil going into the week, we saw that price took out a swing high. Therefore, we were looking for lower prices. Oil already completed multiple weekly targets, right? So our target was a very simple one. This was our target. All of this stuff is extra. So bias was already completed there for me on oil. We got a little extra here. So very good job on the bearish bias. Now, the difference between oil and NQ and ES is that it completed its objective. So, whereas NQ and ES were still looking for that move to new all-time highs, the difference here is on oil, I'm no longer forcing my bias upon oil. What I'm now doing is waiting for new information to create the next bias. Right? So, I have no interest in looking for continued lower prices. We already got the move lower this week. I'm not going to continue to force the bearish bias. I'm now moving to the sidelines on oil. I'm going to wait until there's next set of information that I can clearly define. Same thing goes here on Dixie. Right, so heading into the week, we were looking for a bearish bias, thinking that price needed to move to the gap here. That objective has been completed. So once again, this is the same thing as oil. And that's why you can now see a question mark here. Right, because now I'm no longer forcing my bias upon the dollar. I'm going to wait to see what happens at this location. That's why there's a question mark here. And the question is, here's your question. Does price get supported by this area, or does price invalidate this area as support? Okay, very simple. The daily candle shows that it's being supported by this area. This is what support would look like right here, right? If price gets supported, then I would look for higher prices. That's the first option. Second option is price completely shows no support to this area it goes and closes heavily below it. If that's the case, then I would look for lower prices. All right, so very simple. I'm waiting for new information. This is the information I'm looking for. When we get this information, that will help me determine my next bias on the dollar. So you are waiting for the close. Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to explain. Either this daily candle completely invalidates this area and closes below it. If that happens, then I would look for lower prices. Or it gets supported by this area and closes above it like this here. Then I would look for higher prices. So yes, the candle closure is that information that I'm looking for. Very good response. Same exact thing goes for euro. And again, you can see that the question mark is there for a reason. Our bias heading into the week was for euro to move from this swing low here to this gap here. That has been completed. Now that that has been completed, I'm in the same exact scenario as the dollar. Does price completely invalidate this area and close above it? If we close up here, then I would look for higher prices. If we get rejected from this area and we close below it like this, then I would look for lower prices. All right. Any questions regarding the biases? I'll give a couple seconds for anybody to throw that into chat before we move forward. But we are being patient on oil. We are waiting for information on the dollar and euro. And we are still searching for all-time highs on NQ and ES. All right, so throw any questions or information in the chat about the biases before we move forward in our session. All right, so it doesn't look like any questions are coming across. All right, if that's the case, then we'll hop into intraday action. So in terms of targets, we have previous day high and then Monday's high. Go ahead and throw a little prediction into chat. Love to do the predictions as well to see what chat is thinking. Will we reach previous day high or will we reach Monday's high? Do you think the bulls are done today? Yes or no? Throw it into chat if you think the bulls can continue to previous day high or Monday's high. Yes or no? What do you all think? What does chat think? Can we reach previous day high? Can we reach Monday's high? What do you think? Seems pretty 50-50 so far. And then if that's the case, how are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? For example, do we need to dip into this gap first, then head higher? Right, we're trying to create a 15-minute gap here, which is about to be confirmed in about 20 seconds. Do we use this area as support for continued higher prices, or are we going directly there? Right? Or are we going to use some kind of trend line, maybe some kind of EMA? Let's see what the EMAs look like. Right? Are we gonna use some kind of trend line? Do we need to move back to a moving average first? How are we going to get there? So in my opinion, I would rather a pullback first, right? So let's see if this gap here can act as support. This is what I would rather see if we want to see continued higher prices. This is what I would be looking for here. A move into this gap. When we move into this gap, we create SMT here. Right? So ES has the same gap. Right? Let's see if one can take out the previous 15-minute candle low, where the other one does not take out the previous 15-minute candle low. Use the gap as an area of support. When we get to the higher time frame level, look for a crack in correlation, then reach for the targets. How does that sound in terms of a game plan? Right? The purpose that we're doing this is to develop an idea, create a game plan, so that we understand how to execute within the session. We're not going in blindly longing, right? Just because price is moving higher, we just come in here and smash the market buy button and just hope. No, there is no hope. There is no hope. Create a game plan, execute the game plan. So, in my opinion, I'm bullish. Therefore, the areas that I would want to be longing from are bullish fair value gaps or swing lows. When I'm analyzing the most recent information. That's why I'm analyzing this gap here instead of analyzing this swing low down here. Right? So I'm just going to analyze the most recent information, see if there's any SMT at that location to see if we can continue the trend higher. Creating that game plan is what gives you the justifications to your actions. It's what helps show you what is a trade and what is not a trade, right? Because the market is always open. So if you go in thinking that you can always be longing, always be shorting, just take any type of position, in my opinion, that's what gambling is. Instead, you should create a game plan and execute that game plan with strictly defined risk management. So let's see what happens. Now you've gotten the higher time frame bias. Now you've gotten the intraday game plan. I'll throw the questions back at you all once again. Now that we've talked about intraday action, do you all have any type of questions or information regarding that analysis? Or if there's any questions or information about trading, it doesn't have to be about today's action. It could be about anything to do with this trading business. Ash, do you recommend beginners start with options or futures? I would definitely say futures, without a doubt. There's a lot of leverage that goes into options. There's more than just simply price going up or down that determines the result of an options play, right? So if you fall into information overload, that could be a huge issue with options. Have you heard of Annie Duke and her books? No, I have not. Is that trading related? Ash, I've been learning your model, and the issue I'm running into is there's only 2 to 3 setups a week. First of all, less is more. Quality over quantity. I personally don't believe you should be trading more than 2 to 3 times a week. If you're trying to take like 10 trades a day, you're going to fall into revenge trading, a lot more emotions. It's going to be a lot harder to manage if you're trying to take more trades. But to answer the question, it depends on what time frame you're on, right? A 1 minute chart is going to have 2 to 3 trades a day. A 5 minute chart is only going to have 2 to 3 trades a week. It depends on what time frame you're on, because there's more candles on a 1 minute chart than a 5 minute chart. So it's not a matter of how many setups, it's a matter of how you're executing the model. There's going to be more setups on a lower time frame, but I do not suggest taking more setups. It will be harder to manage your risk that way. Two to 3 trades a week is perfect, in my opinion. Hi, Ash. Market has already moved a lot today. Are you interested in taking a unicorn at the top of the candle? I explained that I'm looking for a move into this gap, right? Exactly what's shown on the screen here. A move into this gap. If we get a move into that gap, I would look for SMT. If that occurs, that's the type of trade that I would look for. So we'll see. ES might move into the gap. We'll see. Ash, how can you get 15 payouts? What do you do differently? I've explained my entire model to everybody here. There's a free playlist on my YouTube that also explains my model. I execute my model with strictly defined risk management. Ash, what's your thoughts about first presented 1 minute fair value gaps? That's not something that I use. Less is more. There is clarity in simplicity. If you're going to add hundreds of different concepts to your model, you're going to fall into information overload. Any type of questions, any type of information, feel free to throw it in chat. Right now, we are bullish. We're looking for higher prices, looking to target previous day high and Monday's high. Ash, how about your psychology? What about the psychology? That was a pretty vague question. There's a lot to do with psychology here. What topic about psychology are you referring to? If you want to throw that in chat, we can go over it. Ash, have you backtested in the earlier days? Yes, I have. In my opinion, trading live is much better than backtesting. There's a lot more emotions that go into trading live compared to backtesting. Those are the emotions that you need to conquer to be a good trader. Any advice on psychology? Yeah, if you win the war in your mind, you'll be able to win the war on the chart. So some of the ways that you do that is detaching from the outcome, right? If you're going to get some kind of emotional response by every single price fluctuation, then it's going to be hard for you to execute a trade. In my opinion, create the game plan, execute the game plan, fully accept the risk before the risk is taken. Focus on the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Don't allow your emotions to deter you while you're in a trade. Ash, I always use honey in my coffee now because of you. If anybody doesn't know, the actual secret to profitability is black coffee with a little bit of honey. It's just a little sarcasm, but that is how I like my coffee. So if anybody wants to try it, I personally love it. So also got 2 more payouts. Congratulations, Steven. Let's throw a couple of W's in chat for Steven. Let's go. Congratulations. Very good job. Congratulations. Who else? Is anybody else getting some payouts? Let's celebrate some success. Who else has gotten some payouts? Were you always disciplined? No, there was many points in time where I was blowing accounts. There was many points in time where I lacked in patience. There was many points in time where I was over trading, tilting, revenge trading. I'm a huge proponent of trial by fire. I truly believe that you need to go through these experiences yourself to actually learn these things. Like, it's great that we're here. It's great that we have this community. It's great that we get to bounce ideas off each other and share these experiences. But you truthfully need to feel these feelings. You need to go through these experiences. You need to be an independent thinker to actually learn how to deal with these issues, these feelings, these emotions, these thoughts. So I'm a hands-on learner. The whole trial by fire was my first 4 years. Like trying it, failing, trying it, failing, trying it, failing. That's how you learn. Experience is what builds the conviction. You gain experience by doing it yourself. So if you can't withstand the amount of time that it takes for you to obtain that experience, then you're going to knock yourself out of the game before you even get a chance, right? People risk too much too soon before they gain enough information to actually realize what works. People have no delayed gratification. They instantly think that they deserve to be making payouts instantaneously. When that's just not going to happen here. That's not going to happen here. It's going to take a long time for you to collect the experience and collect the data. So you need to risk properly throughout that amount of time to collect the experience, right? If you risk all of your capital within the first week of trading, you're going to blow up, you're going to tilt, and you're never going to come back. And then that's going to be it for you. You'll never trade again. Or you can choose to provide yourself education first, right? You can come in here and learn. You don't even need to be taking risk. You could just be coming to the live stream and asking questions, right? There's no risk in that. This is a free live stream on YouTube. You could just show up, watch price, take notes, journal what you're feeling and what you're seeing, journal what your thoughts are. You don't need to blow up your bank account to do that. Right? So choose education first. Always have the perspective of risk management. Collect data and experience to prove to yourself that you can trade. Then attempt to risk. Okay? Always do your due diligence first. There's your previous day high. So congratulations to all the bulls. Who got the prediction correct? Who said yes to previous day high? There you go. W for all the bulls. Congratulations. We are moving higher. The bias was correct. We're getting a nice move higher. Are we going to get Monday's high as well? Are we going to get Monday's high? Are we going to get all-time highs? Hold on. I don't know why I can't grab the thing here. There we go. We got previous day high. Will we go for Monday's high? Will we go for all-time highs? Congratulations to all the bulls. We're moving higher. We got our first target here. Let's see if we can go for Monday's high now. Next prediction. Who thinks we're going for Monday's high? Are we going to go for Monday's high as well? Yes or no? Yes or no? W for the bulls. W for the bulls. So here's a good conversation as well. So for anybody that was looking for a breaker plus a fair value gap, you wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the move to previous day high because there's no breaker and fair value gap here. This is why we also put the trend lines up here, because where are the trend line traders at, right? Anybody that was looking for a trend line trade probably caught the longs here. We have a beautiful trend higher, right? This is just a simple support and resistance. The 9 EMA is your short-term trend. The 21 EMA is your support or resistance. The 55 is your longer-term trend. Look how nicely price was supported by the 21 EMA. We have any trend line traders in chat? Throw a W in chat if you use trend lines. Do we have any trend line traders in here? Some yeses, some nos, some more yeses, some more nos. Seems pretty 50-50. It just goes to show you that there is no one size fits all. There is no one secret strategy. There is no one holy grail. There's so many different ways to trade. What actually matters is that you create a game plan, you execute that game plan with strictly defined risk management. Today is a trendline trader's dream. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is gorgeous. Multiple long opportunities from support, all of them going higher. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Ash, do you have any tips on creating a risk management plan? Aside from the MyFundedFutures account, I have a personal with about $1,500 that I use to trade options, and I want to create a solid plan. Yeah, look at your data. The plan should come from your own information. Look at your data. Right? Let me give you an example of my data. And notice I'm saying my data. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself. My longest losing streak is 7 losses in a row. Okay, so for that reason, I divide my drawdown by 10. Right? If I know that my largest losing streak is 7 in a row, and I give myself a cushion of 10 different attempts, that means I will stay alive. I'll stay in the game. I won't blow up the account. You understand what I'm saying? Look at your data, analyze your data, and understand how to risk contingent upon your data. Look at your largest losing streaks. The next thing I have to say is look at the size. Okay? If you see that when you're dealing with a certain size, you then execute differently because you have some kind of emotional response that deters you from executing, then you have to understand the size that you can deal with. For example, if you're not used to seeing your P&L fluctuate by hundreds or thousands or by multiple thousands, then lower your size. Get to a size that you don't have any kind of emotional response from. Get to a size that you can handle mentally and emotionally. All of this is going to come from your data. Right? So we are unique to ourselves. You're going to have different emotional or mental intelligence than I do. So I can't just sit here and say, oh yeah, you should be risking $500 for $1,000. Right? There is no one size fits all. Like if you get deterred by $500 to the point where you're going to ruin your executions, then that's not the way for you. Overall answer is look at your data and base it upon your data. Give yourself enough room to be able to fail and still move forward. That's what I have to say about risk management. You have to be able to fail forward. That's what it comes down to. In this business, losing is inevitable. You're going to lose. So you have to be capable of losing and still be able to get up the next day and continue your business. Take care, guys. Thank you, Ash. Sounds like Dylan is leaving. Hopefully you have a nice day, Dylan. Thanks for joining once again. What would you say for traders? Hold on. Sorry, I can't read. What would you say for traders day over trade? They overtrade maybe? Like what would be a good starting trade limit for someone? 1 trade a day maximum. 2 or 3 trades a week maximum. You know what music means, chat? Get ready. Get ready. Use code PLATINUM50 for 50 free resets. Get one, chat. Who's gonna get one? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. There we go. Congratulations, everyone. Another day, another giveaway. Congratulations, chat. Chat, if you're getting any value from the stream, if you're getting any value from the community, if you're getting any value from all the giveaways, like the channel, like the video, sub to the channel, turn notifications on. We're going to keep working and learning every chance we get. Chat, go figure. The FVG is also at the location of the 21 EMA on the daily chart. Go figure. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? LG, I just responded to that. What would be a good amount of trades? Right? 1 maximum per day, 2 or 3 maximum per week. NQ 5-minute bearish unicorn forming. I don't see any bearish unicorn here. Bearish unicorn would be a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. The breaker would be found in here. All right, so it's a swing high, it's a swing low, a new high, then a new low. You need to find the breaker block plus FVG. Okay, that's what a bearish unicorn would be. Let's take a look at price. Price made a swing high, price made a swing low, price made a new high. Same thing here on NQ. Price made a swing high, price made a swing low, price made a new high, price never made a new low. So no, there is no bearish unicorn. So thoughts on shorting ES? I'm bullish right now. I'm looking for higher prices. So I personally would not be shorting. We'll watch ES to see if that's good logic or bad logic. What EMAs do you use, Ash? I don't use EMAs. It was just for the purpose of the conversation. I understand they're on the chart right now. We were just having a conversation of support and resistance. We're having a conversation about trend lines. But just to show you, this is the 9 EMA, the 21 EMA, and the 55. Nine EMA being the shorter term trend, 21 EMA being the support or resistance, 55 being the longer term trend. Ash, teaser for tomorrow's promo. You definitely want to stick around. It is a new type of promo. They have not done this type of promo before. I'm quite excited for it. I think it holds a lot of value. I think you guys are going to heavily enjoy it. Definitely going to want to stick around for that. Can you review the 5-minute bullish unicorn at the open? Yeah, so if you're looking at this right here, is this what you're looking at here? We swept the swing low. We made a new high. Breaker, fair value gap. This thing runs without ever giving an entry though. Right, it just moves higher right after confirming it. So if that's what you're looking at, I do agree with that. Did that take out the low? No, it didn't. So it's not there on ES, but it is there on NQ. If this is what you're looking at as the breaker, I would agree with that. Three-minute order block is the best. I don't think there is a best or worse. There is no perfect strategy. There is no best. So we got another 10 minutes before Tom's segment starts. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment, but last 10 minutes, if you have any other questions or information, feel free to throw it in chat. We can go over it. Yeah, that was perfectly well said. There's no best. There's the one you understand and execute. That is correct. Whatever works best for yourself, whatever you can identify, whatever you can execute, that is what you should do. There is no one best concept. What matters is what you can understand, what you can identify, and what you can execute. Very well said. Would the 1900 and 1915 15-minute candles be a breaker? 1900. If you're on NQ or ES, I do not think any of these are a breaker over here. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong time. I would not be using these as a breaker over here. No, I would not. There's a lot of information that has happened since then. How to overcome overtrading? Yeah, it's a simple decision. Take one trade, leave the chart after one trade. It's a very simple choice, and you get to make it. Are you going to leave the chart after you took a trade? Yes or no? What's the best strategy? Once again, there is no best strategy. There is no holy grail. There is no one perfect strategy. There is no one system that works better than other systems. What matters is the individual executing the system. Your ability to manage risk. Your ability to control your emotions. It's the operator. It's not the system. The best strategy would be risk management, mental and emotional control. Looks like we're getting some bullish SMT in here. NQ took out this low here, while ES did not take out this low. Where's our price action pattern traders? Who's taking the bull flag? Got a nice little bull flag here. Do we get a breakout of the bull flag and continue our bullish trend higher? Any price action pattern traders in chat? Do we get a nice little bull flag breakout? All right, let's see if the breakout works. Just do a nice 1 to 2 risk to reward. Use the breakout candle low. Go for a 2-point stop for a 4-point target. Let's see if the bull flag traders prevail. Can you please explain what a point is? 1 point is a $1 change in P&L, right? So price is currently at 36.25. So 37.25 would be 1 point. 1 point is a $1 change on the chart. So when people say points, they mean the chart has moved up $1. When people say ticks, there's 4 ticks in every point. So put it this way, a tick is a quarter, right? So you see 36.25, 36.50 would be 1 tick. So there's 4 ticks to every point. So people like to change their P&L to ticks instead of dollar amounts as a way of dealing with psychology, right? And if you get deterred by watching the dollar amount go up and down, you can change your P&L to ticks so that it shows the amount of ticks instead of a dollar amount. Yeah, so there's 4 points to 4 ticks to every point. Any last questions? Last 2 minutes for me here before Tom's segment comes up. Any last questions? How do you add another account to the one that you already have? It's the same exact way. The way that you purchase the first account, you purchase the second account. So if anybody took the breakout trade, you can go ahead and take your profits. You're looking at 1.5 R there. Here's your example of SMT. Okay, we were talking about this SMT right here. This is an example of SMT. This is an example of strength or weakness, right? NQ took out this low right here, right? NQ took out this low right here. You can see it right here. That's bullish SMT, showing that ES is the stronger pair. Notice how ES did not take out this low. And then breakout traders got a little continuation pattern, right? It broke out of the bull flag and continued higher. So here's your example of there is no one perfect system, right? It doesn't matter if you trade breakers. It doesn't matter if you trade price action patterns. Both of them could work, right? That's a beautiful 1.5R trade. 1.6, you could be done for the day right there. Right, so last thing that I'll point to before I hop off of here is, remember the conversation about trendline trading? Remember how I said the 21 is your support or resistance? Look at where we found support, and then we continued higher. So once again, trendline traders are eating today. Trendline traders are dialed in. The only purpose that I'm saying this is to show you there is no holy grail. There is no one size fits all. What matters is that you have a system and you execute your system. So congratulations to all those trendline traders, because you just once again got another beautiful long. All right, so if anybody used that information, take your profits. You're hitting 2R now. Example of trendline trading, an example of SMT right there in real time. Alrighty, chat. Congratulations to the bulls. Looks like ES is also taking previous day high. About a point away here. Everybody that had mentioned previous day high, you are correct. Congratulations. Now it's time for a Tom segment, so stick around. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to him. I hope you all have a great day, and I will see you all on tomorrow's segment. Have a nice day, chat.
Hello. I got, okay. It was so cool. Welcome, everybody. Hey. Thank you, Ash. W's for Ash. Thank you so much for the session. This was, again, lots of value, and I always keep listening. I mean, usually in the past 30 minutes or so. Yeah, new haircut, right? Kind of cool. Welcome, everybody. Thank you again, Ash. This was a great session. And hello to the mods and the hosts of MyFundedTV. Welcome, welcome, hello. I see Lucas, Abhishek, Danny. Isn't Magnus here? I'm not sure if Magnus is here. I don't see him yet. Okay, so how's it going? What's happening? Did you go long? No, not on this one. Not on this one. But I had some good trades. Hey, good to see you guys. So now I had some good trades. I'm going to show you what I was so far doing throughout the day. And it was really, really good. I must say that one of my best days so far. I mean, not my best days so far, but in the past 2 weeks, like, it was really good for me. Yeah, so before we dive into the technical stuff, I mean, yeah, some more technical stuff. If you look at the 975 level on the hourly chart, hey, Hamdi, hey, everybody. There's so many names. It's hard to go through with the chat, but it's great to be here. Welcome. So if you go to the 1 hour chart, and before I do the recap of what I think was happening or what could be the narrative, I'm doing great. Thank you. let's go back on the 1 hour chart. You know, I'm all about the zones. I'm the guy with the zones. I'm trading in the zone or for the zone or towards the zones. But we have this, if you go back to September 23rd, Tuesday, there is a bearish candle at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard. Quite a drop here. There was a fair value gap, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. We're gonna, Claudio, we're gonna eat that. We're gonna do the cooking show. Don't worry about that. So there was a fair value gap here. And this is the micro. I haven't checked the mini, but still, it's good. The high of the candle to close this, the gap low is 975 on this candle at 10 a.m., September 23rd. There was another attempt here from the market to go into that fair value gap, which happened on Monday this week, 10 a.m. All right. So the high here is also 975. So a picture perfect fair value gap right there. So 1 hour relative equal highs. You know, the market just loves these levels. The market really, really loves the picture perfect relative equal highs and lows. I would say that the 975 is definitely a strong psychological level there. And, you know, just below the 25K level, I'm just going to put a line here as well, just to remind us that there's the, there's the 25K level. So we're getting very close. I would say definitely do not try to short this market. I feel like, what's the distance here? I just went down to the 5-minute chart now. 63 points. So about 60 points to get to the fair value gap. That is not a lot. I mean, NQ can do it even in the lunch hour. I'm not saying it will, but it's easy for NQ. And look at that. I think it's just going to go. I'm going to call it officially. Like, I think by 4 p.m. there is a very high chance, at least like a 70% chance that we're going to tap into that 975. It's not financial advice, of course, but you know. Tom, can you post a side pick on both sides and a back pick in front of the what? Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. Helpful. Okay, so I'm gonna post everything on my YouTube. I'm gonna do that. All right. Trader H, welcome. Hello there. So I'm saying that this is the drawn liquidity for now, even if it goes sideways a little bit. Anyway, let's just go back. Just a very short recap. I was not trading this London session. I had some family stuff I had to attend to, so I was not streaming or trading this London session. But we talked about this 15-minute demand zone. I remember yesterday we talked about this. Interesting how the market completely avoided that 15-minute demand zone. And as you can see, yesterday it was pretty crazy as we closed at 4 p.m. Anyway, during the Asia session and after Asia session, the early London kill zone eventually dropped down, completely destroyed this demand zone, and the market shifted. And this is again kind of proves me that this is art. Really, I just love seeing this picture here. I love seeing this chart. This chart makes me absolutely happy, even if I'm not trading. I do love this. It just tells me the story. You know, market closed yesterday, 4 p.m. And then, slowly went down, eventually at London session, finally took all the orders here on this 15-minute demand zone, and then shifted the narrative going higher, created also a 5-minute demand zone, which we're going to talk about in a second. And as we approached the New York kill zone, it was really interesting. Obviously, we had some news, didn't really move the market too much. So let me just dive down to the 1 minute, and this is really amazing the way the market actually worked out. So here was the 9:30 open. I opened up a trade on NQ before the market open. Only with one micro, but I copy traded with a couple of accounts. So I entered the long position. Yeah, it was very close because my stop loss was in the zone somewhere around 725. I was very I was having a very strong conviction that we are going to go up to that 15-minute supply zone, which was actually created in the Asia session. It also, I have to switch back to the 15-minute. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's not good if I'm switching the time frames left and right, but I want to show you guys this 15-minute supply zone. Absolutely picture perfect. Look at this. These 3 bullish candles on the 15-minute chart. You can always see which time frame I'm at on the down right corner right here. So NQ 15-minute time frame. This happened a little bit before the Asia Open. It was quite amazing. Bullish candles picking up liquidity from this fair value gap right there. Let me give a different color to it. So picked up liquidity, and then this move here, this started the whole drop, like all the way down there. So I don't even know what to call this. I guess I should come up with my own with my own concepts or something. Maybe I will start a cult or so, I don't know. But it actually dropped down. So this move ignited the whole drop. And this is why I thought that this is going to be more important than pulling back down into that 5-minute demand zone, which was created after the London session. So let's just go back to the 15-minute here. And all right, let's see. 15-minute. So we eventually got back to that 15-minute supply zone. This was amazing. And sorry, I'm going to read the questions in a second. And as soon as, and this was so beautiful to see the way the market reacted to this supply zone. And look at that. Orders taken and then boom, go down. And if you zoom in to this 5-minute demand zone, which I pointed out was being created after the London session, one single tick right there. One single tick, and it changed the narrative. Picked up some orders, or actually I would say orders were delivered from up here all the way down there. I love this. I just love to see this. And then the market started to push higher. I did not take a trade on this push. It was just amazing to see what's happening. And that's all there was. I think it's awesome, right? Tell me it's not awesome. I think it's cool. I love it. And just a quick look on gold. I took a short trade on the 1-minute chart right here. There was a 5-minute demand zone, the same scenario right here. Picture perfect demand zone. Absolutely. If you guys want to know about like how exactly I'm describing these zones, I just put on a new video on Monday this week on my channel. You're welcome. That's like a 35 minute video, but I explain with some pretty good examples what I'm looking for. And so eventually it got back during the New York AM session. And, there was the news release. And just look at that. 8:30 after 8:30. Okay, yeah, it was around 8:30. At 8:15 was the news release, I think, right? Yeah, here was the news release. Price started to drop down. There was a market structure shift. And there was a retracement into this bearish fair value gap. And this is where I entered the trade. It was absolutely great. So this one, I think my stop loss was up here. It was like a 1.5 risk to reward-ish trade. I really loved it. So that's all that I saw so far in the markets. And there's also a 5-minute supply zone on gold. So if you guys want to take a long, please do not take a long position. But that would be a possible scenario after the lunch hour. So I think today's price action was absolutely great to see, especially compared to yesterday. Yesterday was definitely not good. And if we go back to the NQ, you will see that, that 1 hour relative equal highs. If you're looking for that, then yeah, look for a pullback. If I would be trading for these levels, this would be my entry. Again, I'm not trading it. I'm not saying that you should enter. This is not an advice. But if this would be my key area that I'm looking for, here's an entry. Risk to reward ratio wise, take profit a few points earlier. You can use, I don't know, somewhere here. It's a 1.2 risk to reward ratio. Still a great trade, I think. I think it's still great. So I know I'm a little bit technical right now. Abyss, hey, actually, can I not pull back? Oh my god. Okay. What's happening in the chat? Is there something giveaway or something? Some sneaky code? I'm sorry I wasn't reading the chat, but good luck to everybody. Good luck to everyone. And so these are the days that I like to see. If I'm pointing out my zones, my levels, I'm just gonna get these lines off here. It's kind of confusing, I know. Used to have too much lines on the chart, but yeah, this is just the way this looks like, and the way that the market was reacting to these zones is absolutely amazing. It definitely respected all the levels. And then right now, I think the move is just going to finish up there at 975. So I hope you guys like it. I mean, I just love to see this chart. This looks amazing. Again, even if I'm not taking a trade, this is just great. It's just great. Also helps a lot, to get a better conviction, build up the confidence and all that such that we talked about, right? And yeah, exactly what Lucas is saying. So please share the stream and like the stream. And, I guess you have friends on Facebook or any other social media platform. Share the link with everybody. Put it out there. Share it. Let's have more subs. The next goal is 100K subs for MyFundedTV. So let's push it, everybody. That should be the daily routine. I told you guys. Call up everybody, send a message every morning, put it out to your socials and push the like. There's so many free stuff from MyFundedTV, guys. So many free stuff. Like, really, I mean, that's the minimum. That's the bare minimum. It's free to do that we can do to push the sub count up to even like, I don't know, I would say 1 million, but it is definitely take a little bit more time, but we're going to work on it, right? Yeah. And by the way, I was reading the news. Something great, something new is happening tomorrow. A great new opportunity, a new deal, a new something happening with MyFundedFutures. Stick around. This is going to be awesome. I saw the tweets. I saw it. The scale account lovers are going to definitely love it. So that would be great. Leak it. I can't leak it. Even if I would know it, I just can't. No, it will be great. So again, watching this chart actually makes me super happy. Looking at this, the reactions of the market, this is just great. And that's, yesterday we talked about like how trading can actually can have so many benefits to our lives, Just not just at the charts. I think 975. Yeah, I like that you agree with me, Lucas. I think so too. And so yeah, I think that there's so many benefits that you can have even just by reading the chart. Practicing discipline. And, trading in itself has so many positive impact in your lives, other than just, stressing out at the charts, right? Ash, Trendline Trader's Paradise today. Absolutely. I agree, Ash. I agree. Yeah. Congratulations for the winners. How much money did you withdraw last month? Last month, I withdraw. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Last month was slow. I withdrew from trading around a little bit more than $3,000. from trading. So yeah, I got this question. Actually, it's funny because I got the same question. Like today, I got it 2 times. Yesterday, I got it 2 times. How much money did I make? I'm going to tell you guys how much I made. Last month in September, I made a little bit more than $3,000. In August, I made $3,700, so still not that much. In July, I made $10,000. In June, I made $9,000. In May, I made $13,000 from trading payouts. So it's like peaks and valleys, right? I already know it's like a 90% chance that this month I should be able to hit the 10K payout because I'm building those. The problem was that I lost a couple of accounts in August because I was on tilt. I was on tilt in August and I lost a couple of accounts and I had to restart building them. And yeah, so it took some time. It actually took like almost all September to build those accounts back up there. I have like, yeah, a couple of them at payout level. Today I made $1,000 on the one of my core funded accounts. So that's kind of cool. On gold, actually, I waited for the way I made that is what I did. I waited for the 6 p.m. Market open. You guys remember yesterday I told, look at this. I'm going to put a line here to 3,900. This is how I made $1,000 on my funded account. So this was London session yesterday, and we were all just absolutely astonished, like how the market dropped all the way down here. It was so close. Gold was so close to that psychological number, the 3,900. And obviously we're going for 4K, by the way. Mark my words, in the next 10 years, we're going to go to 4K. All right. So we just went up there to 99.2 or something. And then, I was like surprised, what the heck is going on with gold? But I guess this was a healthy correction. And so I was waiting for the 6 p.m. restart, right? I was waiting for the 6 p.m. right here. So I was waiting for it. Yeah, I was up. I'm a night owl. I know. Not from Watchmen. So actually, there was an inversion or something. I don't even know what happened. I entered a nice position and boom. I was aiming for the 3,900. I was feeling it, feeling it. Visionary, right? I'm a visionary. I'm calling gold 4,000 in the next 10 years. I think I have a good, I think it should hit, right? 4,000 in the next 10 years. I think we should get it. I think we should get it. But obviously, look at this. Wow. NQ is going higher. So, that's a bold call, I know, Ricky. That's a bold one, but I think I have a good percentage, 4K this week, come on, really, Raphael? Okay, if gold is not going to go to 4K, Raphael Trades. I'm going to write down your name, man. I'm going to remember this. Raphael Trades. Okay, Raphael Trades. I'm gonna write it down before I'm going to forget. Okay, Raphael. I need a better pen. All right, this will be good. Okay, Raphael Trades 4K gold. You guys don't believe it. Here, Raphael Trades 4K gold. Oh, this week. Okay, I'm putting it on my screen. If it's not going to hit 4K, you're banned. Anyway, let's move on. So, as the market is going, let's see. Yeah, I was talking about that. We are, the trading. No, I'm just joking. Of course, I was just joking. So, at the market, the trading itself, it has so many benefits. Like, it really helps us, to practice discipline. And as I said yesterday, I really thought, yesterday we had that thought process about practicing discipline and how it really affects our life. I'm just reading the chat. I'm laughing. it affects our life outside of the charts, right? Because everybody thinks trading is about money, right? Because, this is really like the thing. Trading is about money. But here's the secret. The real gift of day trading isn't the dollars, it's the discipline. Like, imagine how many things that you can actually do if you're disciplined enough in real life. Not gambling, all right? Not gambling. Trading can make you a better person if you let it, because it sharpens you. It also humbles you, right? And forces you to grow in ways most job would, or never could, right? As I said, trading can actually help you to grow in ways that most jobs never could. And I think that's essential. Any other hidden hustles you think we don't know? Hustles, sorry. Yeah, there is a lot, but I'm going to only let one gem at a time. So that's for tomorrow's topic. But yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, it really sharpens the mind, all right? Because of discipline. Day trading won't just change your account, it's going to change you. Let's just keep that in mind. It's changing us. That's why, I keep saying that I'm on a pro account when gold hits 4K. Oh man. This week, 4K, that's not my department, Raphael. But you know what, Raphael, if it hits 4K, because I don't have the authority to give you a pro account. But you know what? If it hits 4K this week, Raphael, come to my stream and I will get you something. All right. Not the penguin suit, but something. We will get you something. All right. I don't know what, but we'll do something. Look at this, man. Oh my God. The FOMO is kicking in, right? The FOMO. Please don't jump in this trade, right? Please don't do anything. Okay. So, as I was saying, all the things that, helps you to benefit in life from trading, because nobody really talks about it. Gabriel, we're going to talk about that too. So as I said, it's teaching you discipline, right? In real life. Gold is going up. Just a quick check on gold before we move on. Okay, yeah. So, the problem is that gold, like 70% of the time, by the PM session, gold is actually done. And my observation is that usually by the Asia session, gold starts to move again to some certain levels. So gold is waiting for the 6 p.m. reset, and then we will see some sort of a movement to a respectable level. Who knows? Something I need to read something. I was seeing my name somewhere. Anyway. Okay. So as I said, it's teaching discipline. All right. You learn to follow rules, for example, or you're going to pay the price, right? If you don't follow the rules, you're going to pay the price. And every time you respect your stop, you are basically building up your discipline. And that discipline basically transfers to your health, to your relationships, by the way, finances even, right? Especially when you are treating your day trading as a business. I cannot emphasize how important it is to treat your day trading as a business, even if you're just an individual. Don't 100 push-up once gold hit. 100 push-ups. I can't do 100 push-ups. I can't. I can't. Maybe 10. No, you know what? I think I can do like 30 push-ups. I think that's manageable. So why not? Don't you ever have a bad mood after the lost trades? Of course I had. All the time. All the time. When I lose the trade, obviously it always affects the mind. But I think, I'm sorry to say that I don't have other expression for this, but I think I failed and suffered so much about losing trades and blowing up accounts that, it's not really affecting me that much as it was affecting me, like, for example, 2 years ago. And that's why I said yesterday that I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to fail. To be successful in trading, you are going to have to fail, period. Understatement. No other way around it. So I hope you guys like to fail, because that's exactly what trading is all about. Failing, but making money. Failing, I mean, failing is not, so don't take it the hard way. Failing doesn't mean that you're going to fail like miserably like that. No, because one trade can fail, a day can fail, or an account can fail, but you got to stand up and continue, right? I believe in myself. I know. I do have 100% confidence in myself. Profitable failure. Kind of like that. I think we should find some kind of a metaphor for this. Yes, I'm doing that too. I'm giving relationship tips. AMD last week was hell. Never failed as much as that day. AMD. I'm actually. I know. Don't be angry at me, but I'm actually happy that you went through that period, because that's going to remind you a lot of what not to do. Okay. Tom's relationship tips at 11:30. No, we're not good. We're not doing that. So yeah, as I said, the discipline is going to transfer to relationships as well, to your health, finances, and all that things. The market is the most honest coach, by the way, you'll ever have. Because if you break that discipline, you're going to be punished instantly. The market is basically the coach, right? Coach market. I'm single. You want to mingle? I'm good, thank you. How many kids you have? I don't have kids. I don't have kids. And to talk about a bit of a personal life here, just for like 20 seconds. I wanted to have kids. I was married once in a different dimension many years ago. I was married once. It was a failed marriage. I'm actually grateful that we ended up by not having kids, because I want to have kids, with the same. Anyway, it's a different perspective for everyone, but I don't have kids. All right. So doctors, yeah. Let's go for beer. All right. I like beer, but only when it's summer and hot, Yeah. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Let's just move on, okay? I think this is important to talk about the benefits of the charts in IRL as well. As we are watching price approaching that 975. If you have questions about the technicals and the setups, please let me know, all right? As I continue to, dive into this topic. Nicholas, I love you too. Okay. You don't need kids. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, I like it. Actually, the whoosh fan is going to be out of the studio soon because, it's getting colder outside. So I'm going to get rid of it. The Scarface poster is arriving any day. Yes. Yeah. So I love you too. I'm going to adopt everybody. The adoption forms and the paperwork can be found on my YouTube channel. You're welcome. You guys are my kids. Actually, I cannot state how many. I mean, I just love being here in this community. You guys are awesome. You guys are just awesome. Sydney Sweeney. I don't know. Of course, yeah, maybe we should. But that would be on a different stream, right? So let's just move on. I think it's a super great topic, okay? I'm kind of feeling it, so you got to move on. But if you have questions, please let me know. How old are you? I'm 23. So I wish I would be 23. First time I encountered trading was I was 23. I'm the sweet guy in the classroom. No, I'm actually 41. I'm sorry. I'm 41. No, I'm not. I'm 41. I'm 41, but I'm gonna do my best to get back to my 20s. I know. I everybody says I'm 21, but I'm 23. I am 41. No trolling. 41. Okay. Yeah, 41 years young, but in my soul, I'm still in my actually, yeah, I'm still no. I think I feel younger. That's true. Come on, we are steering away from the topic here. As I was saying, give me questions about risk management or technicals and all this such, because I think this topic that we are in right now is super important. How day trading can affect your life in a positive way. And I think this, yesterday this got to my mind that we should talk about this. So, and I think we are going to talk about this. So everybody behave. All right. Okay. God, everybody, come on. So as I was saying, trading also forces you self-awareness. Wow, self-awareness, really? Yeah. So self-awareness. I told this to you guys like last week, I think. The chart is a mirror, right? The chart is a mirror of your emotions. I would say your account is a mirror as well, right? The account, but let's just say it lightly. Oh, there you go. Something's happening, Some winners are about to happen here. Okay, so as you guys are watching this, chat is, let's go. Everybody wants to win. I like that. Free stuff, everyone. I know you love it. So as I was saying, it is basically forcing self-awareness. The chart is a mirror of your emotions, right? Right. Fear, greed, impatience, ego, they all show up in your trades. Everything. Or I should say in your account. Becoming a better trader means becoming brutally honest with yourself. And that's why I'm saying when you do the reflections, when you do the journaling, you got to be extremely honest with yourself. Nobody reads your journal. It's only going to be you. How can you become a better trader if you're not being honest with yourself in that journal? Okay. One thing though, which I said many, many times, don't be hard on yourself in that journal. If you're having a losing streak, please don't write down that, oh, I was an idiot. I'm so stupid. I should beat myself. No, nothing like that. No. You got to keep it on a positive note. Okay. Like, this is what I learned from this. I made a mistake here and here, but I know that, okay, so something like this. Cannot be hard on yourself when you're doing the journal. Right? Right. I know I'm right. You can lie to others, right? You can't lie to your P&L. You will know, even if you try to write something, anyway, your P&L is not going to lie. Your charts, your account, even if it's blown up and it's in the past, it's not going to lie. All right? So it builds self-awareness. It also builds patience, right? Yeah, exactly. Day trading builds patience. You learn to sit on your hands until the setup comes, but we all knew that, right? So it's not brand new information. Patience in trading builds patience in life. Because you're not, by not chasing instant gratification. That's why it's so important. You're not going to chase instant gratification. You're going to have a long-term vision. And, you're going to realize that success comes from waiting and not forcing. As I just said earlier, when you were asking me like how much I made, and, I just said like, what was the cause of having a slow month? Because it took me like almost 5 or 6 weeks to build my accounts to payout level. And it was, you would say, oh my gosh, 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah. But I was trading with the same small risk, step by step. What is going on in the chat? everybody just went, woo. Okay. Right? So that builds the patience as well. But we all knew that. Long-term vision, right? Good things come to traders who wait. And good things come to us when we wait in life, right? I mean, obviously not just waiting. You got to do something for the good things to happen, but good things needs patience, and not just in trading, in life too. All right. It also actually it's training your emotional control. I think that's the best expression for it. It's training your emotional control because, you know, for example, tilt, frustration, euphoria, right? You're forced to manage them daily. If you're doing this as your full-time business or even part-time business, you are actually forced to manage the tilt and the frustration. And you're practicing this routine because it becomes a routine every single trading day. It becomes a routine, and it's going to do you wonders, right? It's going to build up resilience, right? For example, you stop reacting emotionally in life too. Really, I actually check silver. Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I have silver. I think I have it on my other chart. Actually, I want to check gold as well. Let's check silver. What's happening? Nothing. Basically the same as I expected. But silver, yeah, I like it. Nothing is happening, but the good thing with silver, someone told me that silver moves sometimes better than gold. Is that true? I don't know. But yeah. I can't remember when I traded silver last time. But yeah. So as I was saying, it actually trains your emotional control. You're going to so you're not going to be too emotional or stop reacting being emotional in real life. It's going to make you calmer. It's going to make you sharper, less reactive, right? Because you're in control. And that's what matters in trading. And in many cases in real life, these practices that you do in front of the charts are going to help you in real life. If you can control yourself in front of the chart, then you can control yourself anywhere, basically. I know it sounds a little bit like, oh, yeah, really? Yeah, really. If you can control yourself at the charts and you know, you have total control, then in your real life, you're going to see how these small things are going to benefit you as well. Just saying. And by the way, about risk management in trading, this just got to me. Like, trading teaches risk management in life too, like risk management in life, you know? Yeah, Gustavo, I took trades. I took a NQ long position and a gold short, both winners today. So I'm extremely happy. Yeah. And this time I did copy trade it for a couple of funded accounts. So that was actually good. Was there winners? Congratulations. Did I win? Okay. I didn't. Okay. I thought that I did. So, yeah. So I know it sounds a little bit crazy, but yeah, risk management in life. For example, I mean, you're going to stop thinking in absolutes. Like, you're going to think in probabilities in life. Really. In life as well, even in your expenses or whatever. I mean, you're going to think in probabilities. Every decision in life is going to be equal to like risk versus reward. I mean, not literally, but it's going to affect. It's me. I won. All right. Finally. So there's going to be a risk to reward in real life too. For example, like in business, also in relations, but in business investments, your approach is going to be changing because you're going to approach them with the same mindset. And that's why I like it. Did I win? That's so cool. Yeah. Exactly. I thought I won. And congratulations for the winners. Yeah. Nice. Good job. Good job. So a trader who learns to manage risk in the markets is going to learn to manage risk in life too, and that's really true. You're going to see in you see this in like small things as well. Please let Tom pick one. I don't know how this thing works. I actually know, but so maybe for next time, like I get to choose the winners. Is that the thing? Like Abhishek is handling that pressure. I'm not able to do that. He's the one. I don't know how many cigars he smokes after this stream, but he's handling the pressure. So, you know. And by the way, what? I won your hearts. That's the best prize. That's the best prize. Thank you. Also, by the way, next risk, it's also going to like trading is killing the ego as well. I would say discipline. Trading, it's all about discipline. And if you're getting better and better, what? I cannot pick anyone. I have to prepare for this. Like I don't know what's happening, but maybe for next time. Where do we think? And Q is gonna rest of the day. We're gonna go rest. I told you guys 975. But I'm not going to do push-ups if it turns around. Jabu, it's good to see you. What's happening? You're my cousin, Edward. Yeah, I remember. How come I see you guys at MyFundedTV, but not in my... I know, I'm just joking. Good to see everybody. It's nice to see the familiar names all the time. It's kind of cool. You gave me my kidney. Thank you. Thank you. So as I was saying, it kills the ego, right? The market humbles you fast. Yeah, we all learned that, right? We can blow up the accounts in 20 seconds if we want to. And, like the ego-driven traders blow up. That's a fact. If you survive, you learn humility, adaptivity, right? Sorry, adaptability, as I wanted to say, and resilience. That's what you learn when you survive. And that's kind of cool. The market doesn't care who you are. And that's the best lesson in humility you'll ever get. It really doesn't care who you are, right? And that's the great thing. And of course, it is going to build up the consistency. And not just the chart, the consistency is going to build up in habits in your real life, right? So, for example, let's just give you some examples. I mean, routines, what I'm thinking about, like journaling, the pre-market setup, the preparation, the reflection, all these things. You learn that success comes from small, boring, repeated actions. So, resilience. Okay. Resilience. Thank you. All right. I'm going to write it down. Okay. So all the small things, right? Repeatable actions and repeated actions. And, that habit building mindset can transform any area of your life. I was reading the book like Atomic Habits. I think that's a cool book. Search for it. Atomic Habits. I think it's a cool read. Small things that can actually helps so much throughout your life, right? And exactly. Trading kills excuses, and when excuses die, that's when the growth begins, usually. The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. Yeah, that's also, I love that book. That's actually a great book. Yeah. James Clear. That's a great book. Yeah, exactly. Lucas, that's a great book. Yeah. Trading in the Zone. Yeah. That's one of my Bibles. Yeah, Trading in the Zone, definitely. Disciplined Trader, Trading in the Zone. I strongly advise you guys, especially if you are new, but even for experienced traders, to look into Mark Douglas on YouTube. Unfortunately, he passed away many years ago, but he still, I mean, his workshops from VHS actually has been uploaded to YouTube, and there's many hours of great content out there. So I strongly advise you guys to search for his name on YouTube, like Mark Douglas Workshop, and you're going to find amazing content. So Barbie is here. Hey, hello, Barbie. What do you want for National Boyfriend's Day? I want a hug, Barbie. I want a hug. I'm lonely. I need a hug. So let's just move on. I want to feel. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I got it. All right. Let me just. Okay, we just need to make it happen. You know, the technicals. You know, it's good to talk about it. The technical side is a different part. Actually, I'm happy I survived last week with Bull Barbie. She almost broke me a few times in the stream, but I'm here. I survived, and I'm quite happy. So let's go. Yeah, we're doing it. So come on, I wanted to finish up this thought process before the Rocket Scooter fam is going to take over everything here. Come on, we're having fun. It's positive. You know, I always keep telling you guys we're going to use this segment to, you know, have some more positive vibes. I know that trading is boring. It you know, especially at these hours. I mean, if you guys are trying to scalp this or whatever, please, I hope nobody's in a trade. I mean, if you're in trade, that's cool with a runner, but please don't enter a trade at this hour. I love you too. I love everybody. I have eternal love for everyone. Yeah. So anyway, resilience through failure, right? That's what I wanted to say, by the way. Resilience through failure. So losses are constant, right? Drawdowns happen. Let's just keep that in mind. Bull Barbie exited. Whew, okay. Work is done. Drawdowns happen, as I was saying, and you'll learn to get back up after the setbacks. That's why I said one of the time to party. Come on, Barbie, let's go. I'm not gonna sing. Okay, you almost had me there. That's why I said, like, there's no shortcut, and if you're seeking for a simple answer, like how to become better, you need to fail. That's the only way. You need to fail multiple times. I don't know how many times. It's different for everybody, but you know. You guys are something. The resilience, basically that resilience, bleeds into every other challenge in life. That's the point of this. That's why I'm saying, like, trading is so good. It has the effect on your life too, like in positive way. Traders don't fail. They get refined by fire. That's what we're having. We're getting refined. And obviously, trading actually, because you're treating trading as a business, trading makes you think long-term. Like, Do you guys even think long term for trading? Because that's the only way to look at trading, not just as a business, but thinking long term. No more get rich quick mindset. Sorry, forget about that. I know we see a lot of things in social media, and you can make 100K in your first week and whatever. It's not about that. Okay. When I was told that, hey, if I can just pay my electric bill from my first payout, even from a cash account, when I started out trading, and there was a mentor I really looked up to him, and he told me, listen, Tom, don't try to make 10K in your first month. If you can pay your electric bill from your first payout, you actually won. You did more than 80% of everybody who starts in trading. So you blew 4 accounts. LG, come on. Okay, LG. 2 rounds around the block, and see you in about 10 minutes, all right? Yeah, so forget about the get rich quick mindset, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint. We always say it. And, life becomes less about instant dopamine and more about the delayed reward. Right? Of course. Day trading teaches you the paradox of patience, basically. Move slow to win fast. It's kind of a paradox, but I like it. Move slow to win fast. That's a cool thing. So obviously we do have some takeaways, I hope, right? For example, trading is more than making money. We talked about this. Okay. It's a self-improvement boot camp. My God, I love this line. I should write this down. It's a self-improvement boot camp. That's what trading is. It's going to teach you the usual stuff. Discipline, patience, humility, emotional control, resilience, and accountability, by the way. Accountability, not for others or everybody or anyone else, for yourself. The mirror. Your trades reflect who you are. The better you become as a person, the better your trades will follow. That was the mic drop line. All right. So I'm really happy that we actually could talk about this, because I think there's so many things. If you can resonate with this topic, if you believe in this, and it has to do something with manifestation as well, but that's a different thing. Law of attraction and all that such. I'm saying that, if you can resonate with this, you're going to have a much easier time in trading. Right? Just saying. How much time do we have, by the way? Oh, 3 more minutes. Rocket Scooter fam, welcome. Okay, I see you guys. If you have any questions or comments or anything about this, or technicals, or entries, or levels, or whatever, let me know. We still have a bit of a time until Matt comes around. And obviously stick around with Matt. Lots of values. I love you too, Farina, and everybody. Eternal love. Who here has blown 300 MyFundedFutures accounts? Hey, it's not a shame if you've blown a couple of 100 accounts. I mean, what can I say? Listen, everybody has different financial situation. Everybody has a different learning curve. Everybody has it's just, it's such a different journey for everybody. Can you do fatality one time? Yeah. Account blown up. Fatality. Oh no, I have to stop with this. It's so cringe. You're welcome. Blew 67 accounts. I don't even know how many accounts I've blown up, man. Obviously, it's not a secret I'm trading with multiple prop firms, just, but the tuition has been paid off, by the way, so thank God I'm in the positive side. But what's the one thing you'd say to yourself if you started with nothing? And what's the first thing you do? If I would start with nothing in trading, It's Tosin. In trading or just in life? 6, 6, 7. 6, 7. So in trading, I would say to myself, trading, yeah, okay. So in trading, I would say don't trade your money on your personal cash account. That's madness for Sparta, whatever. And you know, it's easier these days, like for example 10 years ago or whatever, because you know the prop firms evolved so much. So obviously find a prop firm and start to learn and accept the fact that you're not going to make any money in your first 6 to 12 months. That's what I would tell myself, because I was having high expectations. And because I was having high expectations, I was doing some crazy trades. And that was one of the first reasons, or one of the greatest reasons why I burned a lot of my savings back in the days. Because I was trading with my own personal cash on a Forex brokerage, and I was just depositing and burning my accounts. It was a disaster. So high expectations. I would definitely say to myself, first of all, prop firm. Second of all, you know, don't try to get the get rich quick scheme in like a month or two or whatever. Need to wait at least 6 to 12 months. And do the one micro challenge. I know we have Dave or Dan, I don't remember his name, who's doing it, and he's having an amazing results. I can't wait to share his results. He's doing the one micro challenge every day, and he's printing it. So thank you, everybody. By the way, this was a great session. I'm actually very happy that you know, we could talk about this topic. So, and congratulations to the winners again. Got to stay positive, Ian. You know, got to stay positive. It's not going to work without it. Just got to stay positive. So it seems like we're approaching that level, by the way, on NQ. Look at that. How far is this? Like, okay. I'm prepared for this. I know what to do. Okay, here we go. Let's go, sing it.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe.
Let's go.
Welcome, rocket scooter.
Let's go, everybody. Actually, I can do it. You see the lights? I'm having a party here.
Whoa! Dude. I like it. I like the lights. Wait, when did this happen? Every day your stream is like slightly different.
Listen, I invested quite a lot of money for the technology. So yeah.
How many hundreds of dollars did you spend?
I spent all my payouts.
I can tell.
Now, look at this. We're having a party here. So
that's cool. I like that.
Oh, great. I always love this. This song is amazing. How are you doing, Matt? What's happening?
Nothing much, man. It's been a great day, great morning, great week, great month, I feel like. Bull market. It feels good for market to be bullish again. This is the second day this week where we just went straight up from the bottom, you know?
I see. Nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of a interesting day. I had a great day. Only 2 trades today, but you know, I was just telling Chat that it seems like this is just gonna slowly grind higher. I have that 975 level as a fair value gap up there, and relative equal highs. But otherwise, I think I'm definitely done with this for today. So we'll see. But yeah, that's all I saw for so far. But yeah. Any
Nice.
any fundamental forecasts for us here, or what do you see so far?
We had the S&P global numbers today. The PMIs and all everything came through pretty much on point. Nothing really looked too bad, and the market's just kind of like sort of done with September, and it's the September slowdown is pretty much over. I think people are ready for the winter rally. I think the Fed trade is back on the table. No alarming stuff. We have non-farms on Friday. That's kind of the big thing. And I think that is the biggest news event that we can have for the month. The non-farms come through looking bad. The Fed's going to probably still stay the course with aggressive rate cuts. That's all I can think.
Nice. Well,
yeah.
That's we'll see how it happens. And I'm excited to go into the rest of the week. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of confused. I know that like many traders saying it's super easy to trade here at all-time highs, but I just really want to see like a huge crash in the markets. I just really want to see it. I know it's going to be bullish. I know we talked about this, but it would be so amazing to see like a 2,000 or 3,000 points drop. That would be just amazing.
I'm telling you, dude, I would sell everything I owned and jump into the market if we felt thousands of points a drop. I'd be poor for a hot minute, and then I would take every dollar I had and invest in this market.
I guess that would be a great opportunity. Yeah, I will be bear Tom, but no, I'm not bear. I'm not bearish. No, okay. All right. Yeah. All right, Chet. Thank you so much. This was a great session. Thanks again. All the positive vibes and everything. Stick around with Matt. And Matt, thank you again for the info and have a great session. All right. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Wait, is NFP canceled? Oh, wait. Is NFP canceled because of the shutdown? I didn't even think about that. Is it canceled? Now, I know that the ISM numbers, that's all private sector. So that came out today. NFP is canceled? Oh, crap. That's right. That's the government. The ADP numbers were today, I think, right? So ADP is the private sector non-farm payroll report, but the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the government shutdown. Guys, there's no government anymore. We're plunged into anarchy. Get your lawn chairs and gas cans and chainsaws ready for the zombie apocalypse is about to happen. We've plunged into darkness as a society, apparently, or maybe no one cares. It's been sort of a, people are asking, is the stock market going to do anything because of the government shutdown? In the times that this has happened before, I never really remember it making any impact on the stock market. So Friday, no trading. Actually Friday, non-farm would have been like a big event, right? It would have moved the market a whole lot. But I guess being Friday is not going to be an event anymore. It might just be like a normal trading day. Why is the market going up? Oh God, the market is so bullish. It's not even funny. Every fundamental piece of data is bullish. There's nothing bearish. And Trump wants the market to go up, and the Fed wants to cut rates. Like there's nobody in Wall Street that would intellectually get together and decide to sell off this market. Plus, even if bubbles were to form and bubbles were to pop, we've already gone through two corrections already with COVID and the 2022 sort of recession. The market has sort of already pulled back. And then, of course, the wipeout we had in February, March of this year, that's in a 5-year period, one recession and two crashes. So usually you don't really have crashes back to back to back, except for like crazy fundamental reasons. A crash sort of resets everybody to zero, and the market takes 5 to 10 years for another one. So the fact that we've had fundamentally like good data and then two crashes already to kind of wipe out the liquidity and everybody got in at the bottom, nobody's really fearful right now. And we already came out of a small recession, so we're kind of sitting here coasting. There's really no bad news, and the market Wall Street just seems to only want to make the market go up. Every time we've had some bear scares, we had a couple of them this year, the market's righted itself. And even the ones we had last month, it kind of was bear scare. Market righted itself also. So I don't know. That's all. That's what I see out there. If you can see, if you look at the commitment of traders report, that's another piece of data that's very useful. just to see the appetite of Wall Street. You can actually see this for S&P futures. So this is my trade plan, these red lines here. So ignore what I scribbled on the screen. But the way that you read this is that it's very simple. Let me just remove this one. This series of lines at the bottom, this is S&P futures. So we're going to look at how S&P futures are distributed throughout the reportable community. So these are your big institutional positions. Asset managers is this green line. Hedge funds is the blue line. Other reportables, which is like the Federal Reserve Bank and small annuities firms and things like that, are in here, smaller category. And then the market makers are the red, the dealers in the middle. And usually when you see, this is like the net long position, every single week we get a new data point. And this net long position has gone up and up and up and up and up. Since we've dipped in April, you can see that it was about maybe 800,000 contracts net long, and now it's sitting roughly at about 913. So Wall Street's becoming more and more and more and more net long. Nobody's selling off. And usually markets tend to like top off and pull back when you see the commitment of traders start trailing down. So as of, December through February, the green was coming down as people were liquidating their stuff, and then the market spent a couple months of topping. So that's usually what a topping pattern looks like before it falls, is that green starts coming down. And I use that as a lead off as months into it. So like when it's starting to pull back, I always tell myself, okay, this could be the one where it sells off. There hasn't been a downward data point. It's been going up the entire time. So when the green is going up, there are people are accumulating more net longs. Bulls are becoming more bullish. And the blue side is that's going lower and lower and lower as people shorting the market as it goes to a high, or using futures to hedge a market. And so when the green and blue look like this, like they fan out or they pinch together, the market's liquid, and liquid markets also don't crash. Fundamentally, there's a buyer for every seller. For every person shorting this, there's somebody that can't wait to long this. And so that liquidity sustains the market being buoyant and floating upward. And that's basically it. There's no fear, like there's no surprise. Nobody is panicking and getting out of stuff. People are just getting in and staying in. And this isn't even that high either. 900,000 contracts isn't as high as it's been. So it's not even like it's overbought. We've seen periods where the contracts have been, 1.1 million way back here. We've seen net long against the open interest to be 1.1 million as well last December. So we're not even 80% of what it's been at the top. There's plenty of room for people to keep long in this. That's why I think 8,000 is on the table for the rest of this, for the rest of the rally. So like I said, I don't think we're going to stop. I think we'll hit 8,000 by next summer. I'm that aggressive on the bull side. Like as in there's 20% room to grow. 20% contracts ready to grow. So, 20% of 7,000, roughly 8,000. That's where I'm thinking. I don't know. What do you guys think? Matt, book recommendations, trading or not? I always recommend that you read books that sort of convince or show you how to think outside the box. I don't really recommend trading books. I don't really think there's a good one out there that really will change your perspective on your trading style. Trading's such a personal journey. You can think trading books more like someone else's personal journey that you're reading about. In reality, what you guys need more like self-help books and psychology, and books that kind of inspire you to think outside the box. I always say Freakonomics is good. Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. These are great books to read if you want to change your perspective on viewing, how to excel at something, your perspective on how your emotional construct is. IDOC is reading The Subtle Art right now. She loves it. Self-help books are actually really good for traders. Trading books, I'm going to tell you, unless you're just a big fan of trading, there are 0 trading books out there that are worth investing in for your own trading journey. It's just entertainment purposes only. Learning other people's strategies and their tidbits and their little nuggets of information, sure, might be useful, but there's kind of this misconception that you're going to read a trading book and come out of it with a better strat or better performance. And in reality, it's kind of like reading a book about basketball and you want to slam dunk. You read as many books as you want written by every single one of the greats. You're not going to go out there and dribble any better, period. So that's something to take note of and think about, is why you would want to read a trading book to begin with. If you're looking to get better at trading, there's no better place to learn trading than from a coach who's actually working with you personally, who you know is a profitable trader, who you also know is a good teacher. These are the requirements, and that's how to get good at trading. As far as trading books goes, I mean, everybody reads the Livermore book and a couple of them. I really don't recommend that because, in general, I mean, that guy had a tragic end because he blew up his accounts. At the end of the day, do I really care what he had? I know it's a legendary book. I'm the kind of person that spits in the face of legendary Wall Street. You can call people legends or whatever, and I don't give a crap. You know, I'm the new kid on the block, and you know, if it doesn't make sense to me, I don't subscribe to anybody's existing. I know I'm so Sigma and weird like that, but I'm a lone wolf, and there's no establishment Wall Street I just subscribe to because everyone else said it was great. I've been a loner and I've carved my own path this whole time. So I would say that, like, yeah, the reminiscences of a stock operator, and that guy killed himself. And I hate not saying that on the stream because you can't really say something on YouTube, but he unalived after he blew up. So, you know, is that really who you want to pattern your emotions after? So I don't think that, you know, certain trading books are really worth what people think they're worth. But yeah. So yeah. And so the idea is that what book is good for you? Anything that you learn perspective from is always good. Something that shapes your thought process is good. You're not going to come out the next day like, oh my God, I'm such a great trader now, but your perspective has changed. So like you might realize something you're doing, and then somebody alerted you to like, hey, this was a problem to me. It's kind of like, you know, somebody was like addicted. I might make up something, addicted to smoking, right? And you're reading this book and they're like addicted to smoking, and so are you. And they're like, you know, I was addicted to smoking, but I never really realized that I was until my wife left me, and here were all the signs, and you know, she couldn't stand it, this and that. And then you might say, oh crap, I have those same signs. Shoot, my wife might leave me too. Okay, I need to quit this, right? You gain a perspective of like something you're doing, immediately you can change it, right? But there's not really a trading book out there that's like, by the way, here's a strategy. Let me tell you a funny story about the first and one of the only trading books I ever read. The idea was that when I was, you know, laid off from my job in 2010, I was a chemical engineer. I was a reaction engineer for Dow Chemical. The degree is right there on the wall. I keep it up there to remind me of what I spent the most money on ever in life, probably. Well, actually, I think my car was more than my degree. Anyways, I keep it up there to remind myself of where I came from. I worked my way through school and I loved it. And I got, you know, my first limelight job was at a large company. Dow's huge, right? And I had, I was running the reactors there. That's the sort of like the premier position for somebody that's an engineer to run a piece of a plant. And that's like in our career, it's the job that pays the most with the most benefits, whatever. So all the young engineers aspire to get a job in a plant. That's what you want. And that's kind of like the, you know, when you walk down, it's kind of like being a fighter pilot in the military. You know, you're walking through the bar and everybody's like, ooh, that guy's a pilot. Okay. So, and they're like, ooh, that person, look at the blue zip up pajamas he's wearing. Okay. He works on a plant. Okay. So it was very cool, right? Had that job for 2 years, got awards for a couple years. And I was really crushing it. I really took it seriously and I was really busting my ass. And then the recession happened in 2009 and the market crashed and the banks were failing, and a huge deal, you know, fell apart, and they basically had this thing where like, we got to lay off half the company or half the plant. And, you know, and the bosses were like, you know, it's going to be seniority based. And I was like, oh crap, you know, I'm the youngest guy here. And so I got laid off. Yeah, I'm 27 years old, 28 years old, you know, right out of school, hot shit, limelight job, making what I thought at the time was a ton of money. I was like, man, life can't get any better. The freaking economy crashes because people couldn't pay off their houses and banks went bankrupt. And I'm just like, oh, well, what does that have to do with me? Dang it. So then I got thrown into day trading, right? Because a buddy of mine was a day trader. And also when I worked at that job, I was very interested in studying commodities markets, because part of my job was my catalyst for my reactor, which was millions of dollars worth of like metal catalyst. And so I had to study, you know, the pricings and stuff. And I was very interested in markets as a mathematical thing. Like, can I predict these things? Can I find an optimal time to save the company a couple $100,000 by saying, well, buy in April instead of March because it's better timing. So I started studying markets in that capacity. But, you know, when I got laid off, trading was the next step. A friend of mine did it, you know, and I just remember the conversation. He was like, you know, so, you know, you should try day trading, man. He's like, I've been trading these, you know, He traded penny stocks. That's what he did. He's like, man, I made like 10,000. And one day I remember telling him, he's like, I made like $10,000 today. And I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, $10,000 today. And I was like, $10,000 today, like in a day, like not this month, like today. He's like, yeah, it's not always like that, but he's like, today it was like absolute, I made 10 grand on this trade and this is what I bought. And I was like, how does it work? And he was telling me all about it. And I was like, oh man, that sounds risky and dangerous. But I'm like, this kind of sounds cool. You guys got a system or whatever. You find some kind of stock and then you buy it. Somebody I think like he was in some kind of like community or something. They were recommending those small caps. And that was huge back in 2009, 2010. And so I was like, okay, let me get into trading, but I don't want to do that. Let me do something that's kind of like smart, not as risky. So here's the smart thing. The Fed is bailing out the banks. The banks are getting bailed out. Fed's bailing out the economy. The banks are getting bailed out by the government. Okay, so let me just buy bank stocks. And then that's how I got into trading. And I was like, let me teach myself a little bit of trading. Let me go buy some trading books. So I go to Barnes & Noble, right? I go buy Day Trading for Dummies, literally Day Trading for Dummies, because that's going to turn you into a profitable day trader. The freaking yellow book with the cartoon character on the front, Day Trading for Dummies. Got that book, and then I got another book that looked pretty cool, and I can't remember the title, and I don't think I still have it, but it was like how I made $10 million my first year as a trader or something, was pretty much what it was. And it was some dude talking about his trading strategy. So now I was kind of like, okay, let me learn the basics of what day trading is. And let me learn, how this guy's magical strategy was. So I read both the books. Day Trading for Dummies actually was a really good book. My mouse is dead. Hold on. Here it is. It was actually a really good book. Just basics of what day trading is. You learn all the stuff, like what is spin run, what's pattern day trading. So it's actually not a bad book if you've never gotten to day trading. You're not going to walk away with any strategy or whatever, but it's certainly a great introduction to day trading. Actually wasn't bad. But the other one I read and I took notes and I was studying and I was writing down everything this guy said. It was like he had this way and it was foolproof. And the way he described it was foolproof. And essentially what he did. And again, you see there's a bid in it. He's like, so there's this thing called a bid. And I'm like, bid. Okay. He's like, there's this thing called an ask. And I'm like, okay, ask, bid, ask. Let's go. What is this? I was writing all this stuff down, learning all this stuff. And he's like, so what I do is I find stocks that are going down. Now, granted, this is in 2010 when, Robinhood didn't exist and none of you guys were trading, right? There was just sometimes stocks just didn't move like the way they did now. There was not a lot of retail traders. And he goes, I find stocks that just kind of are going nowhere for the day and they'll consolidate for some time between the bid and the ask. And what I'll do is I'll put, there might be 1,000 shares to buy at the bid and maybe 2,000 to buy at the ask. And all I do is I get in line. I will simultaneously buy. I'll put an order for 100 here and an order for 100 there. And as the stock bounces between the two, eventually I get filled and I'm selling at the ask and buying at the bid. And I'm just collecting free money. And I'm like, free money. Okay. That's very good. Sounds great to me. Sounds logical. Stock isn't moving. Okay. He's like, yeah. So when the bid is like, 4 1/4 and the ask is, 4 3/8, I'll put in orders there. I'm like, okay, 4 1/4, 4 3/8. Okay. Go. Let me get an E-Trade account. Just start. Boom. All right. Start my E-Trade account. Throw some money into it. Get started. And I'm like, all right, let me practice this. I found a stock that's going nowhere. And let me buy at 4 and wait, it's not 3/8. What are these decimals here? Where's the eighths of a dollar? What the hell? These things move at pennies at a time. Citibank is not $4 3/8. It's $4.79. Where the hell is the eighths? He's like, I would get an eighth of a point every single time. Eighth of a point. I would just scalp that. The bid ask spread was an eighth of a point. And I'm like, oh, it's pennies now. What the heck? After spending time studying and reading the book and taking notes, when I get to the market, you can't even do it anymore. And I opened the book and the book was written in 1992. Okay. So this is the first problem. Now I'm starting to trade in 2010 when stocks were decimalized in 2003 and eights just completely went away. So I'm studying this method that didn't even apply anymore. And also, stocks never sat there and just bounced around at the same price for an hour. Stocks were like all over the place at that point. And I was like, what a colossal waste of time. I'm Googling, like, where are the eighths of a dollar? And they're like, well, actually, the stock market was decimalized in 2003 due to increased liquidity and needing more granularity in the stock market for more accurate pricing. This was like a 100-year-old system that this dude probably learned it from somebody in the 80s and 70s and whatever. So you couldn't even do it anymore. So the point I'm saying about trading books, and the story is, it rapidly, whatever you read, that's somebody's edge. Two things. Number one, it can become completely obsolete because technology can change. Number two, it can be completely obsolete just because the edge is revealed, and once the edge is revealed, everybody's using it, and therefore it's no longer an edge. Number three, as somebody said, he could have been a floor trader or a specialist. Yeah, he could have been a freaking market maker, and that's a market making technique to trade both sides. And maybe at the time, I didn't even know I was reading what a market maker's doing. Yeah, of course he's putting thousands of contracts on either side of the market. That sounds like what a market maker would do. If I remember correctly, he was a retail trader trying to pattern after what the dealers were doing. And so the point I'm saying is that at the end of reading books, all I realized is I was going a lot of nowhere. Especially one of those, here's my $1 million strategy, here's how I did it sort of thing. That will never be a book that's anything other than just entertainment purposes only. You're not going to gain anything from somebody's amazing strategy and then head to the market and log into your E-Trade account and then all of a sudden start making money with it. So that's the story of my first books I ever read. And ever since then, I didn't really buy many other trading books. I sort of started saying, well, what is a good trading book? And then people were recommending like Trading in the Zone and some of these other comic books people read. They're not bad. Not bad at all. But you can learn more about day trading watching me for an hour for a freaking week than you will reading 25 books. Because in reality, this is modern. This is what's being done right now. And this is the market that's in front of your face. And it's the thing that you're trading. So you're going to absorb a lot more information just watching people who day trade and just learning and absorbing from them than you really will from any book. But books are great for what it's worth to teach you the basics. Like I said, Trading for Dummies actually wasn't a bad book. For what it's worth, I felt like I learned a whole lot from that book when I knew absolutely zero. Now, you guys, with what y'all know right now, with spending a couple months in props, you far exceeded the capacity of what you will learn anything from Trading for Dummies. You're beyond that. So don't go buy that book now. You guys are far more advanced than that. The Trading for Dummies is like, this is the book. I want to start day trading tomorrow. Never done it before. Tell me about it. And it tells you like stock exchanges, FINRAs, here's how stocks work, here's how dividends work. I mean, it's like a little bit of everything, which is pretty cool. Somebody said, how do I rate Larry Williams? Oh, the guy that made 10,000% on the Robbins Cup? I don't know. Dude, I don't ever see these people's track record, but that's what he made at the Robbins Cup. So, that's got to be good. I guess it means something. But I've never really seen anything else apart from that. Market manipulation by the whole, yeah. But that's my story about books. And like I said, a good book that I tell you is a book that inspires you to think differently. That's why I tell people like Outliers is the fantastic book for new traders. It's a book that examines what separates gifted people who excel, like grandmasters of their craft, from people that aren't grandmasters. There's something that sets certain people apart from others. And Outliers like explores what makes them that extra level. Like there's people that are good, there's people that are great, and then there's Mozart, right? Who just, they're like not just like best in their generation, but best of all time sort of people. And Outliers examines like the best of all time, the Magnus Carlsens of whatever it is you do. And it tells you like what traits do they have in common and what they do to stand out. So you can kind of see like what the upper echelons of skill is and like how they practice and how they train and how much commitment they have to their craft and things like that. It's a really good book. And I always loved the Freakonomics guys because all of their stuff was like clever ways of looking at data, which I always find clever ways of looking at data is kind of like my my cup of tea. I'm so nerdy like that. But these are things, and of course, anything that like any kind of self-help book about emotional problems you deal with, if you can identify emotional problems that you have, greed, fear, addiction, books that help you work through that shit is better than any trading book you're ever going to pick up. You'll notice changes in your trading when you go through a book that helps you with your addiction problems. And it won't even say a single thing about money or trading. You'll start to realize like behaviors that you have that are toxic, and you start working through that stuff. That stuff helps you with your trading. I can guarantee you that you'll get a lot out of any kind of book that's like self-helpy. So keep that in mind. And I was starting to kind of get excited this market was going to pull back. Looks like we squeezed one final leg up. I saw the kind of like double bounce here. I was hoping my trades today, I'm going to get some. Oh, so some of the trades I made today were pretty simple. I longed right out the door. Super simple. A+ setup, monthly hedge pressure. We rallied right out the door. Market fell. I longed again, closed here, didn't do anything else. So I took this trade twice today, and then I've just been chilling, waiting for something better. Although I do feel like the market's going to continue to go higher, I've been sort of hoping for a pullback so I can trade one more time. And with the volatility the way that it is, I wasn't expecting this to be my pullback. I wanted to see us here, testing bull zone and overall liquidity pocket to test a bigger bull market. That's what I wanted to see. And I don't think we're going to get it today until maybe the end of the day if we're lucky. But this whole time I was hoping that this would, transition into something, but it looks like we're still squeezing higher. So right now I'm just sitting out and chilling, waiting for something better. And that's it. Yeah. How many trades? What kind of trades do you guys take today? Y'all long this? Are you trying to short this? What are y'all's thoughts for today? Somebody said knowledge is power. That's correct. Somebody said Matt is awesome. I'm so happy you found him. Oh, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. You've read all those books and it helped way more like watching me or watching other traders. I feel like these days you guys are so spoiled when it comes to learning. There's so much content out there. It's almost like content overload. But, in 2010, there were no day trading streamers. Did you know that? As a matter of fact, I was the world's first live streaming oil trader in futures on YouTube. So I was the first person to ever do it. And at the time, there were like 3 people trading futures, period, on YouTube. And that was it. That was it. And we were all small and tiny at the time. Imagine a world where, Pat Whelan and Tradesman Matt had 100 people watching them at the time instead of tens of thousands. That's when I started. And so there was nobody to watch if you're a futures trader. Handful of streamers there were like penny stock traders. That was what was hot at the time, penny stock guys. So, when I started, I was live streaming futures oil trades and nobody did it. The whole community that started out were oil traders. And so there wasn't anybody to watch. And we were some of the first people you could watch. And the fun part about that is that now you have a ton of people that you can watch, which is incredible. Are any of them still on YouTube? Yeah, like Matt and Pat are huge. Trades of Matt and Pat Whelan are huge. So like we've all been around for like a decade. So now you guys have a ton of people you can watch and learn from watching people. You're going to gain a lot more, I think, trading info from stuff like that. Yeah. I think so. Looks like we're getting that big old NASDAQ breakout. Sort of like FOMO on this, but I'm cool with like making the money I made. Had another pretty awesome day. I had some losses last night. Oh, let me tell you guys about those, right? This is kind of crummy. So last night I had put in buys to buy at monthly hedge pressure, and I went to bed. And so I had buys. I got auto filled here in the hand. Those accounts that are red, I got auto filled here. Monthly hedge pressure, I always buy from. It's my favorite place to buy. And it just fell to like I have liquidation limits, auto liquidation limits set in my trade debate to where at a certain money loss, it just drops the position automatically. So this one just immediately kind of fell through and nosedove while I was sleeping, and then I woke up with the loss. And then here it is bouncing. So I jumped back in on some of the other accounts at the same spot. But I hate when that happens, man. And then I'm sleeping, so I couldn't even act in long at my lower band, which I always buy at this green band. So that sucked that I wasn't able to play that, but it is what it is. Man, this day is going to go straight up. This is a good looking market. I love this bull market, man. Makes me happy. Makes me very happy to see this. There is literally no downside to this dang thing. Bears are getting squeezed all the hell today. Actually, let me look at something real quick. This reminds me a lot. I'm gonna look at one more chart really quick. This reminds me, today reminds me a lot of Monday, right? Monday we had like almost the same move. Overnight. Was it Monday? Hold on, wait, no, maybe it was Friday. What the hell? What day was it? Maybe it was Tuesday then. No. I swear I forget what some days are sometimes. When's the last day we had a crazy run up like that? Maybe it was the 26th, 4 days ago. Is that the one? Or just kept pressing higher all day and close at the high. Which day was that? Oh, no, it was this day. No, man, it's already been 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 Mondays ago. That's right. This reminds me of 2 Mondays ago. Here I am thinking dude, time really flies at 2 Mondays ago. I remember it being a Monday, just this day where it pushes up and up and up and up and then up and up and up and up, and there's no downside. This reminds me a lot of that day, which is pretty cool. So, Bears are getting the heat on them today. Is it going to close just like that? Maybe we'll see, right? What a strong candle on this. I did not expect this much power today, or this sell-off last night either. That final flush was enough to like sweep every short out of the game before they freaking ran the price up today. And this is good. I've been long-minded. My rocket scooter greater market signals, all three of them were bullish. DD ratio greater than half, SPY above monthly hedge pressure, monthly maps bullish for 3 months. I mean, this market is freaking clean and tidy looking. I mean, there is no fear, no downside, nothing, man. Which is like absolutely cool. I still have a place to enter this. I don't usually enter in no man's land like this. I need bounces. I need plays. I need something to play off of. So that's what I'm waiting for now. A lot of times I just get the trade that I wanted to get, and then I just sort of wait for better opportunities. As a bull, I don't like to chase these little legs up. I like to wait for more substantial, stronger setups. Today on the S&P, this is a B+ setup off of the open. I'm pretty much almost somewhat maxed out on my positions today, so I really have no need to push harder. This is B+ here. And this is A+ here. The stronger trades are all down here at the bottom. With the gap fill predictor resilience greater than 0. This is really strong support. So it'd be very rare to break through this. NASDAQ in a similar sense, I'm looking for that. I was looking for that 840 tap. That's really what I wanted to see today. And this as well. That's all good right there. This, it's like I have so much FOMO. I'm like, man, the only reason I closed out because I was pretty much as maxed out as I can get, but I can still squeeze out in a couple of the accounts. I have some of them that have no limit on them, so I can still play them. I'm kind of just being cautious here. Get prepped and ready in case something happens. Matt Woosh fan. We drew a Woosh fan this morning and it blew the market straight up. So yeah, today was a good day. I think I'm on, I can't lie. I think I'm on like a 15 or 16 day winning streak, man. It feels like every day I've been net positive on the show. It's definitely been true. It's been a really stellar week or month, actually. All right. Is this where the market pulls back and gives me some love? I gotta see some pullback, man. And I'm not talking like 10 points of pullback or whatever. I want to see a substantial move to close the day out. Like maybe this S&P move from here, maybe this final squeeze out, maybe we hit the B, maybe we hit the A's. That would be great. I would love nothing more than to get in long right here to trade off of. Oh my word. I would be so happy. We'll see. With that being said, I got 20 minutes here. Do you guys have any questions or anything for me? Y'all feel free to let me know. Anything y'all want to know about me, my trading style, MyFundedFutures, huge thing coming out tomorrow. Can't tell you much about it, but I'll get you hyped about it. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, a huge announcement is coming through. People are clamoring, like, what's the new thing? What's the new thing? And I'm going to tell you, I'll leak something. So you're going to hear it here first. It's not what you think it is. And that's all I'm going to tell you. It's something completely different that nobody does. As a matter of fact, it's so cool that other people will probably try to copy it. And everybody's guessing, is it straight to funded? Is it straight to payout? Is it straight to CEO? I heard some jokes this morning. It was like, if you pass your funded account, you become CEO for a week. What is it, right? Whatever it is, it's something different. It's not your traditional, hey, something cool is happening, and then they're like, 6 days of payout is now 5 days of payout. Nothing like that. It's something completely different, which is cool. So don't miss tomorrow's announcement for sure. And if you're on my stream, I'll also make the announcement at the same time what it is. Can this market turn around? Is it master betting classes? Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. How do I make the overnight trade? I get the levels from Rocket Scooter, and then they're posted in the Discord, and then I set limit orders and I go to bed, and then I set liquidation levels so that after a certain amount of loss, it just closes the trade automatically, which is basically setting a monetary loss for a stop. I was so excited from 11 to 12 to see this market slightly pulling back, at least the S&P. We want to see that good dip to enter in on. How much you want to bet that this market sells off really hard from here? And not that I'm saying that it will, but as much as I know with the volatility, the way that it is, this market can just lose itself and just like it did this morning 2 times today. MFFU is bringing back open outcry trading. Yeah. So basically we're going to be here like, telling, making trades like this. I don't know. I wouldn't short this. But man, as much as I'm like feeling the FOMO of I'm missing out on such a good long trade. Does MyFundedFutures do any giveaways on here? Yeah, they usually do at the start of the show. It's going to go through all-time highs. I think so. But boy, as much as I like to say, maybe this is like 2 Mondays ago where it just goes up and up and up without stopping. I'm kind of hoping that we somehow end up somewhere down. Like we basically break the, like that the candle is not strong and green. Rather, because it's still where we are in VIX, it's very possible that this ends up being a candle just like this. Like we're basically back to open today. I wouldn't discount that because VIX is still possible. That's why I'm not super eager to chase it at the high. I've already made the money longing. I'm just waiting. What's up? Oh, snap. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's not turkey. Sausage. They ran out of turkey.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, guys. A wild pickle has just appeared. Hey, come on, boy.
Yeah.
Look who we got. Look who came to say hi. Got pickle in the house. Pickle in the house. Buddy. Hey. Buddy. How you feeling? Normally he's like crazy uncomfortable when he gets up here.
Tired, I think.
Oh, wait, you gonna see everybody can see your face. Whoa. All right, boy. This is Pickle. This is MyFundedTV's and my stream's unofficial mascot. Pickle the dog. He loves to sit straight up as a dachshund, which is the strangest thing. Like just he looks like a prairie dog. Anyways. All right, you gotta go because I gotta go to work, buddy. Look, see, like I don't even hold him. He just literally sits up. All right. Whoa. He also forgets that he's like 8 inches tall and loves just to jump from high places, forgetting that he can break his tiny little feet. Anywho. I'll be tired. Pickle is the star of the show. Oh yeah, 100%. These like this are so great because you get rewarded for just aping into the long, like it doesn't even matter. It would mean it would be very, very nice if I end up down in here with the place to trade one more time. I like when I make the the best part of the move and then the follow-up is not like something I don't normally take. Like, when's a Monday, 2 Mondays ago, and now today is just a day where it goes up and keeps going and keeps going. It's rare. So that's why I don't like jumping in on it, especially when I've already kind of made the most of my money now. I always wait because more days than not, it'll give you a better opportunity. You just got to wait all day to get it. So I might have to wait all day to get it. We'll see. All right. Guys, letting you know, I got to run some errands today, so I'm not going to be doing an afternoon stream. So unfortunately, after this, you guys have to just kind of probably not going to miss on much with the market just inching slightly higher. But I will be off for the rest of this afternoon, but I'll see you guys early tomorrow morning as well, as always. His favorite Garth Brooks song is I Gotta Jump from High Places. Dogs don't know how big they are, yeah. Wait, do I know when MyFundedFutures fixed this morning's? What is TVT issue? What is that? What's that? What does that stand for? Tradeabate? Tradeabate Trader, I guess, the platform. I don't know what the issue is. So many people had Tradeabate auto orders. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure. Yep. I'm not in the dev circle, so I don't know the answer to that. Not sure. Just follow up with their tech support. So somebody said if you buy our platform, can you see the hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure levels? Correct, right? The platform will automatically post the ones in the US session. The ones for the evening session are posted in the Discord. The platform hasn't automated the evening ones yet, but we do post them every night in the Discord, yeah. Bears today are going to get slammed. There has been no love for bears. I'm glad, man. I have not stopped being a bull, the exception of the couple of days where I hedged my bullishness when I bought puts. Remember when I bought puts? And I said, I'm still going to long the market, but I got puts just in case it falls. You guys remember those days? I still didn't turn bearish. It's been very lucrative. I said, this is like, I need to go back and count, but I think this is week 4 of winning streak. Yeah, that was like a month ago when I bought the puts. But there is no downside of this market yet. It's been good. You've been a bull since you were in diapers. Hey, man, but I'm going to tell you, my greater market signals are very strong. That's why I say, with the 3 indicators I look at for greater market, this is a stock bull-bear bias ratio. If it's greater than half, the market's bullish. That's all you need to know. That's the one indicator that makes most sense. If the S&P is above this orange line right here, then the S&P is bullish for the month scale. This is where the market flips on its head and goes the other way. You can dip all the way to that orange line, and 9 out of 10 times it holds. It takes a big catastrophic event to flip the market to the other side of that orange line. So every day I look above orange line, check, greater than 50, check. And then so both of those things are bullish, things really bullish. And the third thing I do is I look 3 months into the future is I go to this chart right here. I look at a tool called monthly maps, which shows me how the landscape of the options looks like and how it changes over a 3-month time period. The takeaway of this is very simple. If current trading price is in the dark gray, it's bullish at that day. So this is bullish for 3 months, even from here. The level, like when we traded into bear territory, there was a scare for the last couple of days, a little bit of a scare, but we're back on the right side. So the scare is over. Now today, if we support 663 on SPY, 663 is bullish for 3 months. That's a support for 3 months. This could be the low for the next 3 months of movement. So not, to say that there's nothing bearish right now, that other than you just have to guess that Wall Street's done trading and sells everything. Right now, the structure is bullish on all time frames, and it's crazy. As much as people are like, man, this market's got to come down at some point, and it's like this feels like this is a low, even though it's at a high. So with the volatility being there, that's the only reason I'm hoping for a dip, because the volatility says that it's possible. And so if it is possible, then I'm going to get a nice little dip to buy for the longer term bull trend. But right now, with VIX above my magic number, my contango midpoint, I don't chase highs. Never do. I've always secured my position buying a dip every time, because when the VIX is above that key level, spontaneous volatility can just come out of nowhere. And so when you're chasing like a point or two of profit, every couple of minutes, it's not really a good trade to be in, because at any moment in time, you can just get this flush candle that comes and wipes out 3 hours of waiting in like a 5-minute period. So currently right now, that level is 1718 and VIX futures is above it. it's still very possible that we have spontaneous volatility. Because of that, I'm not chasing long at the top. I'm also not betting to fade it because it can fade at any random point. It can just die out and turn around. So, or squeeze really high before it does turn around, even if it does. So for the most part, how do I get this indicator? Here, let me give you the link for it. You can find information about the indicators there. ADP employment data was bad and the US government's nearing shutdown. Why do you think we're still near all-time highs? Well, the government shutdown is not really going to do much to the US equities market. That's one thing. And as bad as employment data is, the Fed has said that they want to rescue the labor market by cutting rates. This is what they've said. And so Wall Street doesn't look at the data. The Wall Street looks at the Fed. And there's this tried and true sort of, mentality around you don't find the Fed. When the Fed wants the market to go up and when Donald Trump wants the market to go up, you don't bet that the market goes down. So whether you're correct, fundamentally that employment data looks bad. Fundamentally, data is bad. But the Fed is trying to rescue the jobs market. Wall Street's betting in the fact that it will be rescued in the future, pricing it in now. So people are bullish now because of the gloriously beautiful future that's coming down the line. Hopefully that makes sense. Because I would agree with you. The employment situation looks pretty bad and inflation's still somewhat high. But the Fed's going to cut rates. Wall Street, that's all they care about. They're just like a bunch of dumb cavemen. Oh, let's buy Fed cut rates. Okay, long to market. Okay. I mean, that's the mentality. It's literally it. It sounds dumb, and you're right. It is dumb. And markets bet and taking a bet on the future that the Fed's going to fix everything. That's it. So essentially with jobs data, bad news is good news. And good news is also good news, right? Good news is, yeah, maybe the Fed's not acting, but Wall Street's go, yeah, but there's good jobs data. There's growth in the market. And then the bad news comes out bad. They're like, oh, well, maybe the Fed's going to cut rates. So no matter which way you go, it's good. The Fed wants the market to go up, then it goes up in any situation. If data's good, it goes up naturally. If data's bad, Fed pushes it up. So with that testament of market's going to go up, nobody bets against it. Or nobody dumps their longs. People hang on to what they're doing. And I showed you committed traders earlier. It shows the market, people are just holding on. Nobody's selling. Yeah. So that's what I think. Anywho, y'all. It's been great. I've got like 4 minutes left. You guys get more questions for me, feel free to ask them before I get out of here. I am going to take the rest of the afternoon off. I got some errands to run. So I'll be chilling. No afternoon stream today. It's rare that I'll stream in the afternoon. I'm taking today off. I'm going to go take care of some stuff. My boot camp starts on Monday, by the way. By my training boot camp on day trading. When I train day traders, we do a boot camp every 2 months, and we start again on Monday. It's $20 to attend the entire 20-day series, $1 a class. If you guys ever want to take care of or try out my boot camp, it's probably the most important thing that I do. And there's no like crazy price on it. We just charge $20. Here's the link for it. People here that have been through the boot camp can tell you all about it. We have thousands of people take it each time. It's a 20-day process, very substantial. I'm very proud of it. We teach you everything that you need to know about day trading, how to find volume pivots, risk and position management, how to beat prop firms, everything. All the stuff I do. And it'll start on Monday. Do I set buys at the A+ areas, Paul? Yes, sir, I do. I always do. I'll set limits at it and go to bed. So it's automated at that point. I either wake up with money. So I have a profit target limit and a loss limit programmed in Trade-A-Bait. So that once I'm in the trade, I either make the full money or make the full loss. So try on the screen some of the reds where it hit to the program loss, and then that's just my loss for the day. Automated. Yeah. For sure. How do you register for the bootcamp? I posted a link. If you scroll up, you just go and sign up for it. Sign up for it on that day or before that day. And then in our Discord, we'll drop you a link to join. It's a Zoom call every day at market close. Yeah. It's only $20. The price of a book, for the most part, which to include today's Lunch Money with Matt, I would say is the best book you can buy for trading. That's definitely a book worth buying, I would say. When is live trading? At market close, Clint, every day. Our job is to make it $1 a class, like to be very affordable for new traders and students. $1 a class is extremely like affordable. So okay, guys. Well, I'm out of time here. I got to run, but I will see y'all tomorrow morning, bright and early. And of course, thanks for tuning in. Feel free to tune in later tonight for Stephen Kalajian, always in the evenings, running a killer show there. If you guys like him, tune in. And if you don't like him, if you like, we love him. Make sure you tune and check him out. It's a good show. I'm usually there hanging out in chat. And yep, the state's probably going to slowly climb up for the rest of the day. I really don't have any trades I can make. This perfect timing. I'm going to go get some stuff done around town that I need to get done. Other than that, I am done. I will see y'all tomorrow. So no stream for me to follow up to end up the day, but we will catch up later. And like I said, these are my trades on the screen. I'm pretty much done for the day. We would just hang out and listen to music anyways for today. With no trades on the table to be done. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. I'm out. Have a good one. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.